Alright, hello everyone. Sorry for the little bit of a late start. I was making myself some tea. And in fact, let me move the mic just a little bit closer. Okay, hello all. I hope that you are having a wonderful Saturday, whether it is morning or afternoon or evening for all of you. Thank you all for coming. Let me actually move this out. Okay, so today we are going to be reading The Shadow over Innsmouth, which is one of my favorite of Lovecraft stories. And it is also one of his more popular stories, I believe. At least when I talk to people who have read Lovecraft, this is usually one of the ones that they have read. And for good reason. It is very good. Lots of twists and turns. And let me actually get this set up, make sure we have everything set up as needed. So something that we are actually going to be trying for the first time today is we are going to be having a special guest reader. We are going to be having friend of the channel and also just super great guy, That Dang Dad, do a reading of one of the sections of this story. And the way that we have it set up is because I knew that the story is very long. It's like almost 60 pages, and that would not be good for my voice to read all of that straight in a single sitting. And so what I decided to do was ask some friends, some fellow creators, to film themselves reading a section, a chosen section of the stories that we are going to be reading over the next few weeks. And then I will play those sections when we get to them in the story and use that time to kind of take a break and rest my voice, drink some tea, get a snack, all of those things. And something that's really exciting about this section in particular is that That Dang Dad went so hard. His reading is so good and so wonderful, and I'm so very excited to share it with all of you today. He didn't have to go that hard, but he did for us. So we are very thrilled to have him as part of this stream today. Let's see if there's any other announcements. Oh, yes, there is an announcement. So as many of you know, these readings that I have been doing over the past few weeks are all leading up to the Halloween stream on Halloween, where I will be reading At the Mountains of Madness, which is one of Lovecraft's longest stories. It's very long, but it's very good. It is my favorite. And for that stream, because it's going to be sort of a marathon, it's going to be probably close to 8 hours of stream, which is huge, at least for me. And so because it's this huge thing, I wanted to make it something special, and I wanted it to be a charity event. And I know that I've sort of been teasing it over the past few weeks, but we do have the charity details worked out and ironed out, and the charity that we are going to be working with is Equity Before Birth, which is a wonderful local organization, local to like North Carolina. And so before I talk a little bit about them, I first want to discuss why I chose them. And the reason for that is because October is National Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. And miscarriages and pregnancy loss are something that is very important to me, something that hits very close to home. And so because of this month, I wanted to try to find an organization that worked to fix some of these health issues. Because in the United States, even though we are told that we have one of the best, if not the best, medical systems in the world, the miscarriage rate and the rate of various health-related issues related to pregnancy are incredibly high in this country, higher than in any other developed nation. And that is not okay. And additionally, on top of that, those rates go up even higher for people of color. And so, because all of these things are overlapping during this month, I wanted to find an organization that helped, that their funding sort of goes to helping people who are giving birth or are pregnant, and especially people of color who are pregnant. And Equity Before Birth, they do all of those things. And they also are very LGBTQ friendly, because that is also something that's very important to me, is that, you know, not everyone who gives birth is a woman. And I wanted to make sure that the organization that I chose was trans inclusive. And Equity Before Birth is that as well. So what they do is they collect money, and what they do with that money is they give it to people who, well, one of the things they do is they give it to people who have just given birth and do not have paid maternity leave, because in this country we do not have mandated paid maternity leave. That's not a thing that you are guaranteed as a worker in the United States, which is its own problem. But because of that, there are a lot of people who give birth who do not, who are they either lose their job because they're not able to go to their job, or they, you know, have to miss out on work in order to stay home with their kid, or they're not able to stay home with their child, and they miss out on a lot of those really important, you know, those first few months are incredibly important to spend time with your child. And so Equity Before Birth helps to fund people of color who have recently given birth to a child, and they basically pay them maternity leave so that they can continue to live and support their children. And they also help pay for various like medical bills and medical procedures, any like checkups, basically all of those first medical costs that you have when you have a child. So that is the charity that we are going to be supporting for our Halloween charity stream, and I'm really, really excited. I think that they are an awesome, awesome group, and like I said, they are a relatively local group. They work in North Carolina, specifically. They're in the, what is it called? The Research Triangle area, which is like near Chapel Hill, and Raleigh, I guess, is over there. Basically in like eastern or western, if I know my directions, western North Carolina. There's like all these big cities there that have a lot of universities and stuff. That is where they are located. So I hope that you will all come to our Halloween charity stream and donate to this wonderful, wonderful organization. And there are also a lot of very fun things planned for that stream. So it is going to be mostly just reading, because it is a long story, but there will also be some fun little things during the breaks, a lot of props, and a lot of like donation goals. Like if you donate a certain amount, there is a very fun thing that will happen, and if we reach a certain goal, like threshold for the total amount, then there will be some fun things happening. So a lot of really fun stuff planned, and that is the big announcement. I think that I covered everything that I wanted to cover. Ooh, raiding with a party of 3 raiders. Welcome all to this little reading circle. So I will actually, let me put their link in the chat while I'm thinking of it. Oh, and something else that is important to mention is that because of the way that the donation stuff is going to be set up, the donations are only going to be from tips. They're not going to be from like bits and subscription money. So while it is 2 weeks off from now, I am going to ask that if you would like to, you know, donate during that, make sure that you are just donating tips. And the way that you can access those is by scrolling down on my page, and it has a link there that you can go to and donate there, because that is the stuff that will actually be going to the organization, and that is what we'll be adding to the like bar that we'll have across the top that tracks our donation progress as we get there. This is the first time I'm doing something like this, so I am sort of still figuring it out, but I think that I have everything locked down and figured out, so we will get there. And Ilmadia, you are not crazy. There are always more squids. They are multiplying, I am afraid. That dang dad, I'm glad that you are here. In probably about an hour, we will be seeing your lovely, lovely face and hearing your lovely, lovely voice, reading some spooky, scary stuff. So we are all excited for that. I'm also going to try to speak a little bit more quietly, because during some of the past streams, I have noticed that my voice has been giving out. So I'm going to try to... I'm so used to doing, like, YouTube videos where I have to, like, project and not sound like I'm just talking right into the microphone. So I'm still getting used to that, but also when I'm recording YouTube videos, it's not talking for hours and hours straight. So I'm still figuring it out. I also have some hot tea here that I just made. That is just black tea with honey that will hopefully help keep my voice nice and clear and fresh. It's very, very good. Okie doke. Alrighty. I think that it is time to begin. I don't think I have any other announcements. I'm going to adjust this slightly. There we go. Alright, I hope you are all ready for The Shadow over Innsmouth. Lovely, spooky, seaside, scary story. I also have my mic in a different position than I usually do, so we'll see how that goes. And we have fixed the camera issue that happened last time, we believe. So things should all be good. Things should all be hunky-dory. We will see. I was born ready. Let's go. Alright. This is The Shadow over Innsmouth. During the winter of 1927 to 28, officials of the federal government made a strange and secret investigation of certain conditions in the ancient Massachusetts seaport of Innsmouth. The public first learned of it in February, when a vast series of raids and arrests occurred, followed by the deliberate burning and dynamiting under suitable precautions of an enormous number of crumbling, worm-eaten, and supposedly empty houses along the abandoned waterfront. Uninquiring souls let this occurrence pass as one of the major clashes in a spasmodic war on liquor. Keener news followers, however, wondered at the prodigious number of arrests, the abnormally large force of men used in making them, and the secrecy surrounding the disposal of the prisoners. No trials or even definite charges were reported, nor were any of the captives seen thereafter in the regular goals of the nation. There were vague statements about the disease in concentration camps, and later about dispersal in various naval and military prisons, but nothing positive ever developed. Innsmouth itself was left almost depopulated, and is even now only beginning to show signs of a sluggishly revived existence. Complaints from many liberal organizations were met with long confidential discussions, and representatives were taken on trips to certain camps and prisons. As a result, these societies became surprisingly passive and reticent. Newspaper men were harder to manage, but seemed largely to cooperate with the government in the end. Only one paper, a tabloid always discounted because of its wild policy, mentioned the deep-diving submarine that discharged torpedoes downward in the marine abyss just beyond Devil Reef. That item, gathered by chance in a haunt of sailors, seemed indeed rather far-fetched, since the low, black reef lies a full mile and a half out from the Innsmouth harbor. People around the country and in nearby towns muttered a great deal among themselves, but said very little to the outer world. They had talked about dying and half-deserted Innsmouth for nearly a century, and nothing new could be wilder or more hideous than what they had whispered and hinted years before. Many things had taught them secretiveness, and there was now no need to exert pressure on them. Besides, they really knew very little, for wide salt marshes, desolate and unpeopled, keep neighbors off from Innsmouth on the landward side. But at last I am going to defy the ban on speech about this thing. Results, I am certain, are so thorough that no public harm save a shock of repulsion could ever accrue from hinting of what was found by those horrified raiders at Innsmouth. Besides, what was found might possibly have more than one explanation. I do not know just how much of the whole tale has been told even to me, and I have many reasons for not wishing to probe deeper. For my contact with this affair has been closer than that of any other layman, and I have carried away impressions which are yet to drive me to drastic measures. It was I who fled frantically out of Innsmouth in the early morning hours of July 16, 1927, and whose frightened appeals for government inquiry and action brought on the whole reported episode. I was willing enough to stay mute while the affair was fresh and uncertain, but now that it's an old story, with public interest and curiosity gone, I have an odd craving to whisper about those few frightful hours in that ill-rumored and evilly shadowed seaport of death and blasphemous abnormality. The mere telling helps me to restore confidence in my own faculties, to reassure myself that I was not simply the first to succumb to a contagious nightmare hallucination. It helps me, too, in making up my mind regarding a certain terrible step which lies ahead of me. I never heard of Innsmouth till the day before I saw it for the first, and so far, last time. I was celebrating my coming of age by a tour of New England, sightseeing, antiquarian and genealogical, and had planned to go directly from ancient Newburyport to Arkham, whence my mother's family was derived. I had no car, but was traveling by train, trolley, and motor coach, always seeking the cheapest possible route. In Newburyport, they told me that the steam train was the thing to take to Arkham, and it was only at the station ticket office, when I demurred at the high fare, that I learned about Innsmouth. The stout, shrewd-faced agent, whose speech showed him to be no local man, seemed sympathetic toward my efforts at economy, and made a suggestion that none of my other informants had offered. "You could take that old bus, I suppose," he said with a certain hesitation. "But it ain't thought much hereabouts. Goes through Innsmouth. You may have heard about that, and so the people don't like it. I ran by an Innsmouth fellow, Joe Sargent, who never gets any customs from here, or Arkham either, I guess. Wonder it keeps running at all. I suppose it's cheap enough, but I never see more'n 2 or 3 people in it. Nobody but those Innsmouth folks. Leaves the square front of Hammond's drugstore at 10 a.m. and 7 p.m., unless they've changed lately. Looks like a terrible rattletrap. Never been on it." That was the first I ever heard of shadowed Innsmouth, Any reference to a town not shown on common maps or listed in recent guidebooks would have interested me, and the agent's odd manner of allusion roused something like real curiosity. A town able to inspire such dislike in its neighbors, I thought, must be at least rather unusual and worthy of a tourist's attention. If it came before Arkham, I would stop off there, and so I asked the agent to tell me something about it. He was very deliberate, and spoke with an air of feeling slightly superior to what he said. Innsmouth? Well, it's a queer kind of town down at the mouth of the Minnoxet. Used to be almost a city, quite a port before the War of 1812, but all gone to pieces in the last 100 years or so. No railroad now. B&M never went through, and the branch line from Rowley was given up years ago. More empty houses than there are people, I guess, and no business to speak of except fishing and lobstering. Everybody trades, mostly here or in Arkham or Ipswich. Once they had quite a few mills, but nothing's left now except one gold refinery running on the leanest kind of part-time. That refinery, though, used to be a big thing, and Old Man Marsh, who owns it, must have been Richard Croesus. Queer old duck, though. Sticks mighty close in his home. He's supposed to have developed some skin disease or deformity late in life that makes him keep out of sight. Grandson of Captain Obed Marsh, who founded that business. His mother seems to have been some kind of foreigner, they say a South Sea Islander, so everybody raised Cain when he married an Ipswich girl 50 years ago. They always do that about Innsmouth people, and folks here and hereabouts always try to cover up any Innsmouth blood they have in them. But Marsh's children and grandchildren look just like anyone else as far as I can see, and I've had them pointed out to me here, though, come to think of it, the elder children don't seem to be around lately. Never saw the old man. And why is everybody so down on Innsmouth? Well, young fella, you mustn't take too much stock in what people around here say. They're hard to get started, but once they do get started, they never let up. They've been telling things about Innsmouth, whispering 'em mostly, for the last 100 years, I guess, and I gather they're more scared than anything else. Some of the stories would make you laugh, about old Captain Marsh driving bargains with the devil and bringing imps out of hell to live in Innsmouth, or about some kind of devil worship and awful sacrifices in some place near the wharves that people stumbled on around near 1845 or thereabouts. But I come from Panton, Vermont, and that kind of story don't go down with me. You ought to hear, though, what some of the old-timers tell about the Black Reef off the coast. Devil Reef, they call it. It's well above water a good part of the time and never much below it, but at that you could hardly call it an island. Story is, there's a whole legion of devils seen sometimes on that reef, sprawled about or darting in and out of some kind of caves near the top. It's a rugged, uneven thing, good bit over a mile out, and toward the end of shipping days, sailors used to make big detours just to avoid it. That is, sailors that didn't hail from Innsmouth. One of the things they had against old Captain Marsh was that he was supposed to land on it sometimes at night when the tide was right. Maybe he did, for I dare say the rock formation was interesting, and it's just barely possible he was looking for pirate loot, and maybe finding it. But there was talk of his dealing with demons there. Fact is, guess on the whole it really was that Captain gave the bad reputation to the reef. That was before the big epidemic of 1846, when over half the folks in Innsmouth was carried off. Never did quite figure out what the trouble was, but it was probably some foreign kind of disease brought from China or somewhere by the shipping. Surely was bad enough. There was riots over it, all sort of ghastly doings that I don't ever believe got outside of town, and it left the place in awful shape. Never came back. Can't be more than 300 or 400 people living out there now. But the real thing behind the way folks feel is simply race prejudice. And I don't say I'm blaming those that hold it. I hate those Innsmouth folks myself, and I wouldn't care to go to their town. I suppose, though I can see you're a Westerner by your talk, what a lot of our New England ships used to have to do with queer ports in Africa, Asia, South Seas, and everywhere else, and what kind of queer people they sometimes brought back with them. Probably heard about the Salem man that came home with a Chinese wife, and maybe there's still a bunch of Fiji Islanders somewhere around Cape Cod. Well, there must be something like that back of Innsmouth people. The place was always badly cut off from the rest of the country by the marshes and creeks. We can't be sure about the ins and outs of the matter, but it's pretty clear that old Captain Marsh must have brought home some odd specimens when he had all 3 of his ships in commission back in the 20s and 30s. There certainly is a strange kind of streak in the Innsmouth folks today. I don't know how to explain it, but it sort of makes you crawl. You notice a little in Sargent if you take his bus. Some of them have queer, narrow heads and flat noses and bulgy, starey eyes that never seem to shut, and their skin ain't quite right. Rough and scabby, The sides of their necks are all shriveled or creased up. Get bald, too, very young. The older fellas look the worst. Fact is, I don't believe I've ever seen a very old chap of that kind. Guess they must die a looking in the glass. Animals hate 'em. They used to have a load of horse trouble before autos came in. Nobody around here in Arkham or Ipswich will have anything to do with them, and they kind of act offish themselves when they come to town or when anyone tries to fish on their grounds. Queer how fish are always thick off Innsmouth Harbor when there ain't anywhere else around. But just try to fish yourself there and see how the folks chase you off. Those people used to come here on the railroad, walking and taking the train at Rowley after the branch was dropped, but now they use that bus. Yes, there's a hotel in Innsmouth called the Gilman House, but I don't believe it can amount to much. I wouldn't advise you to try it. Better stay over here and take the 10 o'clock bus tomorrow morning. Then you can get an evening bus there for Arkham at 8 o'clock. There was a factory inspector who stopped at Gilman a couple years ago. He had a lot of unpleasant hints about the place. Seems they got a queer crowd there, for this fellow heard voices in the other rooms, though most of them was empty, that gave him the shivers. It was foreign talk, he thought, but he said the bad thing about it was the kind of voice that sometimes spoke. It sounded so unnatural, sloppin'-like, he said, and didn't dare undress and go to sleep. Just waited up and lit out the first thing in the morning. Talk went on most all night. This fella, Casey his name was, had a lot to say about how Innsmouth folks watched him and seemed kinda on guard. He found the Marsh refinery a queer place. It's in an old mill on the lower falls of the Monuxet. What he said tallied up what I'd heard. Books in bad shape and no clear account of any kind of dealings. You know, it's always been a kind of mystery where the Marshes get the gold they refine. They never seemed to do much buying in that line, but years ago they shipped out an enormous lot of ingots. Used to be talk of queer foreign kind of jewelry that the sailors and refinery men sometimes sold on the sly, or that was seen once or twice on some of the Marsh woman folks. People allowed maybe old Captain Obed traded for it in some kind of heathen port, especially since he was always ordering stacks of glass beads and trinkets such as seafaring men used to get for native trade. Others thought, and still think, he'd found an old pirate cache out on Devil Reef. But here's a funny thing. The old captain's been dead these 60 years, and there ain't been a good-sized ship out of that place since the Civil War. But just the same, the Marshes still keep on buying a few of those native trade things, mostly glass and rubber gewgaws, they tell me. Maybe the Innsmouth folks like 'em to look at themselves. God knows they've gotten to be about as bad as South Sea cannibals and Guinea savages. That plague of '46 must have taken off the best blood in the place. Anyway, they're a doubtful lot now, and the Marshes and the other rich folks are as bad as any. As I told you, there probably ain't more'n 400 people in the whole town, despite all the streets they say they are. I guess they're what they call white trash down south, lawless and sly, full of secret doings. They get a lot of fish and lobsters, and do exporting by truck. Queer how the fish swarm right there and nowhere else. Nobody can ever keep track of these people, and state school officials and census men have a devil of a time. You can bet that prying strangers ain't welcome round Innsmouth. I've heard personally of more'n one business or government man that's disappeared there. There's loose talk of one who went crazy and is out at Danvers now. He must have fixed up some awful scare for that fella. That's why I wouldn't go at night if I was you. Now, I've never been there and have no wish to go, but I guess a daytime trip couldn't hurt you, even though the people hereabouts will advise you not to make it. If you're just sightseeing and looking for old-time stuff, Innsmouth ought to be quite a place for you. And so I spent part of that evening at the Newburyport Public Library looking up data about Innsmouth. When I had tried to question the natives in the shops, the lunchroom, and the garages, and the fire station, I had found them even harder to get started than the ticket agent had predicted, and realized that I could not spare the time to overcome their first instinctive reticentness. They had a kind of obscure suspiciousness, as if there was something amiss with anyone too much interested in Innsmouth. At the YMCA where I was stopping, the clerk merely discouraged my going to such a dismal, decadent place, and the people at the library showed much the same attitude. Clearly, in the eyes of the educated, Innsmouth was merely an exaggerated case of civic degeneration. The Essex County histories on the library shelves had very little to say, except that the town was founded in 1643, noted for shipbuilding before the Revolution, a seat of great marine prosperity in the early 19th century, and later a minor factory center, using the Monuxet as power. The epidemic and riots of 1846 were very sparsely treated, as if they formed a discredit to the county. References to decline were few, though the significance of the later record was unmistakable. After the Civil War, all industrial life was confined to the Marsh Refining Company, and the marketing of gold ingots formed the only remaining bit of major commerce aside from the eternal fishing. That fishing paid less and less as the price of the commodity fell and large-scale operations offered competition, but there was never a dearth of fish around Innsmouth harbor. Foreigners seldom settled there, and there was some discreetly veiled evidence that a number of Poles and Portuguese who had tried it had been scattered in a particularly drastic fashion. Most interesting of all was a glancing reference to the strange jewelry vaguely associated with Innsmouth. It had evidently impressed the whole countryside more than a little, for mention was made of specimens in the Museum of Miskatonic University at Arkham and in the display room of the Newburyport Historical Society. The fragmentary descriptions of these things were bald and prosaic, but they hinted to me an undercurrent of persistent strangeness. Something about them seemed so odd and provocative that I could not put them out of my mind, and despite the relative lateness of the hour, I resolved to see the local sample, said to be a large, queerly proportioned thing evidently meant for a tiara, if it could possibly be arranged. The librarian gave me a note of introduction to the curator of the society, a Miss Anna Tilton, who lived nearby, and after a brief explanation, that ancient gentlewoman was kind enough to pilot me into the closed building, since the hour was not outrageously late. The collection was a notable one indeed, but in my present mood I had eyes for nothing but the bizarre object which glistened in a corner cupboard under the electric lights. It took no excessive sensitiveness to beauty to make me literally gasp at the strange, unearthly splendor of the alien, opulent fantasy that rested there on a purple velvet cushion. Even now I can hardly describe what I saw, though it was clearly enough a sort of tiara, as the description had said. It was tall in front, and with a very large and curiously irregular periphery, as if designed for a head of almost freakishly elliptical outline. The material seemed to be predominantly gold, though a weird lighter lustrousness hinted at some strange alloy with an equally beautiful and scarcely identifiable metal. Its condition was almost perfect, and one could have spent hours in studying the striking and puzzlingly untraditional designs, some simply geometrical and some plainly marine, chased or molded in high relief on its surface with a craftsmanship of incredible skill and grace. The longer I looked, the more the thing fascinated me, and in this fascination there was a curiously disturbing element hardly to be classified or accounted for. At first I decided that it was the queer, otherworldly quality of the art which made me uneasy. All other art objects I had seen either belonged to some known racial or national stream, or else were consciously modernistic defiances of every recognized stream. This tiara was neither. It clearly belonged to some settled technique of infinite maturity and perfection, yet that technique was utterly remote from any Eastern or Western, ancient or modern, which I had ever heard of or seen exemplified. It was as if the workmanship were that of another planet. However, I soon saw that my uneasiness had a second and perhaps equally potent source residing in the pictorial and mathematical suggestions of the strange designs. The patterns all hinted of remote secrets and unimaginable abysses in time and space, and the monotonously aquatic nature of the reliefs became almost sinister. Among these reliefs were fabulous monsters of abhorrent grotesqueness and malignity, half ichthyic and half batrician in suggestion, which one could not dissociate from a certain haunting and uncomfortable sense of pseudo-memory, as if they called up some image from deep cells and tissues whose retentive functions were wholly primal and awesomely ancestral. At times I fancied that every contour of these blasphemous fish frogs was overflowing with the ultimate quintessence of unknown and inhuman evil. In odd contrast to the tiara's aspect was its brief and prosy history as related by Miss Tilton. It had been pawned for a ridiculous sum at a shop in State Street in 1873 by a drunken Innsmouth man, shortly afterward killed in a brawl. The society had acquired it directly from the pawnbroker, at once giving it a display worthy of its quality. It was labeled as of probable East Indian or Indo-Chinese provenance, though the attribution was frankly tentative. Miss Tilton, comparing all possible hypotheses regarding its origin and its presence in New England, was inclined to believe that it formed part of some exotic pirate horde discovered by old Captain Obed Marsh. This view was surely not weakened by the incessant offers of purchase at high price which the Marshes began to make as soon as they knew of its presence, and which they repeated to this day, despite the Society's unvarying determination not to sell. As the good lady showed me out of the building, she made it clear that the pirate theory of the Marsh fortune was a popular one among the intelligent people of the region. Her own attitude toward shadowed Innsmouth, which she had never seen, was one of disgust at a community slipping far down the cultural scale, and she assured me that the rumors of devil worship were partly justified by a peculiar secret cult which had gained force there and engulfed all the Orthodox churches. It was called, she said, the Esoteric Order of Dagon, and was undoubtedly a debased quasi-pagan thing imported from the East a century before, at a time when the Innsmouth fisheries seemed to be going barren. Its persistence among the simple people was quite natural in the view of the sudden and permanent return of abundantly fine fishing, and it soon came to be the greatest influence on the town, replacing Freemasonry altogether and taking up headquarters in the old Masonic Hall on New Church Green. All this, to the pious Miss Tilton, formed an excellent reason for shunning the ancient town of decay and desolation, but to me it was merely a fresh incentive. To my architectural and historical anticipations was now added an acute anthropological zeal, and I could scarcely sleep in my small room at the Y as the night wore away. And that is section 1 of The Shadow over Innsmouth. So very exciting. I'm gonna drink some tea now and rest my voice a bit. Yeah, a lot of the things that characters say about the Innsmouth people and suggestions as to why they are the way they are pretty racist and awful. But 'tis Lovecraft. I feel like it's less bad because it's not quite so much like about a real race of people. So that's, you know, not good, but not quite as bad, I think. Because, I mean, they are, you know, they at least appear to be fish people. So that's fun. Yep, sounds like everything's just gonna go totally fine. Yeah. You know, our narrator he's just a curious little boy. And he just wants to check it out because he's curious and likes architecture. I swear, I think that some of Lovecraft's protagonists have the weirdest but also kind of the coolest jobs, and that a lot of them are like, yes, I'm a professional folklore studier. Like, that's a real thing. I think it's... which one is it? Oh, the one where it's the like bug people and the town, and there's all the letters in the story. Which one is it? Whisper in Darkness. Yes, thank you. I was like, I know somebody will find it. someone much smarter than me in the chat. Yes, that one. I think that main character is like a folklorist, which is incredible. And is a real thing, but it's like, I don't know, like all of his protagonists are like, yes, I'm a professor, I'm a historian, I'm a person who studies this esoteric ancient thing, which is very cool. But, you know, like, I don't think that anybody at Miskatonic studies anything other than history and math. And I guess there were physicists in Colorado Space and chemists, but I'm sorry. Desmond is crying to be let in, and I know that you would all be very heartbroken if I did not let him in. Hopefully, he will not cause too much trouble. Oh, goodness! Alright, one in, one out. Yep, we're just switching kitty cats. Alright. Hello. Hello, hello. I know. I'm so mean to you. I never let you come in here. I know. I'm so mean. Let's see. Are those earrings from Innsmouth? No, but I was looking for, because I always try to match. I always try to match my jewelry to whatever it is that I'm reading. Or like if I'm doing a video, I try to match the jewelry. Because it's fun. You know, I like those fun little bits of content creation. And I was looking through and I was like, I don't have any like lobster earrings. I don't have any like any earrings that really shout Innsmouth. And then I remembered that I had these that are these like metal fish. And I was like, these are perfect. But I cannot promise that I will be able to have them on the whole time. Because they are quite heavy. They're like actual metal. I think that they were, stop it. They were like actual like fish lures. That someone turned into earrings. And so they're quite heavy, but they're so fun. Like that's something that I've always been really into, like fun jewelry. Like even like in high school, I mean that was sort of what I was known for, I guess, was like having the fun earrings. Just and it's, I don't know, it's fun, and I enjoy being able to express myself through jewelry because it's fun. Desmond does want the fish. He does. He's so bad all the time. I don't understand why everybody loves you. He's purring very loudly. I'm not sure if you can hear it. New microphone setup is better for purrs, is it? Oh, good. Yes. Oh, so something, we will get to section 2 momentarily, but something that I remembered that I forgot to mention during the announcements is my upcoming video is going to be out tomorrow. It's actually going to be up today, probably as soon as this is over. I will upload it and get it up for patrons who get early access. They will get it today, and then tomorrow afternoon, probably, I'm going to have a premiere for it, and I'm really excited. It's so fun. It's so good. I'm so excited. But yeah, so that is going to be coming very soon. So I hope you were all looking forward to that. I remembered because the editor that I'm working with sent me a text. So, yeah, that is coming very soon. Very exciting stuff. No, you do not eat my little bookmarks, please. You can rub your face against it, just don't eat it. All right. Desmond, can I move my leg, please? So I can sit more comfortably. That was not an invitation for you to come onto my lap. He makes my life very challenging. No, do not rub your face against that. That sounds awful to people, I'm sure. Just big, big bumps from your giant hairy head. There you go. Alright, sorry about that. Everything he owns everything in the house, apparently. He believes that he owns everything in the house, so he just rubs his face all over it, because that's how cats show that they love you and that you are theirs. Okay. Let me take a little sip, and then we will begin section 2. Okie doke. Shortly before 10 the next morning, I stood with one small valise in front of Hammond's drugstore in Old Market Square, waiting for the Innsmouth bus. As the hour for its arrival drew near, I noticed a general drift of the loungers to the other places in the street, or to the ideal lunch across the square. Evidently, the ticket agent had not exaggerated the dislike which local people bore towards Innsmouth and its denizens. In a few moments, a small motor coach of extreme decrepitude and a dirty gray color rattled down State Street, made a turn, and drew up at the curb beside me. I felt immediately that it was the right one, a guess which the half-illegible sign on the windshield, Arkham, Innsmouth, Newburyport, soon verified. There were only 3 passengers, dark, unkempt men of sullen visage and somewhat youthful cast, and when the vehicle stopped, they clumsily shambled out and began walking up State Street in a silent, almost furtive fashion. The driver also alighted, and I watched him as he went into the drugstore to make some purchase. This, I reflected, must be the Joe Sargent mentioned by the ticket agent, and even before I noticed any details, there spread over me a wave of spontaneous aversion which could be neither checked nor explained. It suddenly struck me as very natural that the local people should not wish to ride on a bus owned and driven by this man, or to visit any oftener than possible the habitat of such a man and his kinsfolk. When the driver came out of the store, I looked at him more carefully and tried to determine the source of my evil impression. He was a thin, stoop-shouldered man not much under 6 feet tall, dressed in shabby blue civilian clothes and wearing a frayed gray golf cap. His age was perhaps 35, but the odd, deep creases in the sides of his neck made him seem older when one did not study his dull, expressionless face. He had a narrow head, bulging, watery eyes that seemed never to wink, a flat nose, a receding forehead and chin, and singularly underdeveloped ears. His long, thick lip and coarse-pored grayish cheeks seemed almost beardless, except for some sparse yellow hairs that straggled and curled in irregular patches, and in places the surface seemed queerly irregular, as if peeling from some cutaneous disease. His hands were large and heavily veined, and had a very unusual grayish-blue tinge. The fingers were strikingly short in proportion to the rest of the structure, and seemed to have a tendency to curl closely into the huge palm. As he walked toward the bus, I observed his peculiarly shambling gait, and saw that his feet were inordinately immense. The more I studied them, the more I wondered how he could buy any shoes that fit them. A certain greasiness about the fellow increased my dislike. He was evidently given to working or lounging around the fish docks, and carried with him much of their charismatic smell. Just what foreign blood was in him I could not even guess. His oddities certainly did not look Asiatic, Polynesian, Levantine, or yet I could not see why the people found him alien. I myself would have thought of biological degeneration rather than alienage. I was sorry when I saw that there would be no other passengers on the bus. Somehow I did not like the idea of riding alone with this driver, but as leaving time obviously approached, I conquered my qualms and followed the man aboard, extending him a dollar bill and murmuring the single word, Innsmouth. He looked curiously at me for a second as he returned 40 cents change without speaking. I took a seat far behind him, but on the same side of the bus, since I wished to watch the shore during the journey. At length, the decrepit vehicle started with a jerk and rattled noisily past the old brick buildings of State Street amidst a cloud of vapor from the exhaust. Glancing at the people on the sidewalks, I thought I detected in them a curious wish to avoid looking at the bus, or at least a wish to avoid seeming to look at it. Then we turned to the left into High Street, where the going was smoother, flying by stately old mansions of the early Republic and still older colonial farmhouses, passing the Lower Green and Parker River, and finally emerging into a long, monotonous stretch of open shore country. The day was warm and sunny, but the landscape of sand, sedge grass, and stunted shrubbery became more and more desolate as we proceeded. Out the window I could see the blue water and the sandy line of Plum Island, and we presently drew very near the beach as our narrow road veered off from the main highway to Rowley and Ipswich. There were no visible houses, and I could tell by the state of the road the traffic was very light hereabouts. The small, weather-worn telephone poles carried only 2 wires. Now and then we crossed crude wooden bridges over tidal creeks that wound far inland and promoted the general isolation of the region. Once in a while I noticed dead stumps and crumbling foundation walls above the drifting stand, and recalled the old tradition quoted in one of the histories I had read, that this was once a fertile and thickly settled countryside. The change, it was said, came simultaneously with the Innsmouth epidemic of 1846, and was thought by simple folk to have a dark connection with hidden forces of evil. Actually, it was caused by the unwise cutting of woodlands near the shore, which robbed the soil of its best protection and opened the way for waves of wind-blown sand. At last we lost sight of Plum Island and saw the vast expanse of the open Atlantic on our left. Our narrow course began to climb steeply, and I felt a singular sense of disquiet in looking at the lonely crest ahead, where the rutted roadway met the sky. It was as if the bus were about to keep on its ascent, leaving the sane earth altogether, and merging with the unknown arcana of the upper air and cryptical sky. The smell of the sea took on ominous implications, and the silent driver's bent, rigid back and narrow head became more and more hateful. As I looked at him, I saw that the back of his head was almost as hairless as his face, having only a few straggling yellowish strands upon a gray, scabrous surface. Then we reached the crest and beheld the outspread valley beyond, where the Monoxet joins the sea just north of the long line of cliffs that culminate in Kingsport Head and veer off toward Cape Ann. On this far, misty horizon, I could just make out the dizzy profile of the head, topped by the queer ancient house of which so many legends are told. But for the moment, all my attention was captured by the nearer panorama just below me. I realized, come face to face with rumor-shadowed Innsmouth. It was a town of wide extent and dense construction, yet one with a portentous dearth of visible life. From the tangle of chimney pots scarcely a wisp of smoke came, and the 3 tall steeples loomed stark and unpainted against the seaward horizon. One of them was crumbling down at the top, and in that another there were only black gaping holes where clock dials should have been. The vast huddle of sagging gambrel roofs and peaked gables conveyed with offensive clearness the idea of wormy decay, and as we approached along the now descending road, I could see that many roofs had wholly caved in. There were some large square Georgian houses, too, with hipped roofs, cupolas, and railed widow walks. These were mostly well back from the water, and 1 or 2 seemed to be in moderately sound condition. Stretching inland from among them, I saw the rusted, grass-grown line of the abandoned railway, with the leaning telegraph poles now devoid of wires, and the half-obscured lines of the old carriage roads to Rowley and Ipswich, The decay was worst close to the waterfront, though in its very midst I could spy the white belfry of a fairly well-preserved brick structure which looked like a small factory. The harbor, long clogged with sand, was enclosed by an ancient stone breakwater, on which I could begin to discern the minute forms of a few seated fishermen, and at whose end were what looked like the foundations of a bygone lighthouse. A sandy tongue had formed inside this barrier, and upon it I saw a few decrepit cabins, moored dories, and scattered lobster pots. The only deep water seemed to be where the river poured out past the belfried structures and turned southward to join the ocean at the breakwater's end. Here and there, the ruins of wharves jutted out from the shore to end in indeterminate rottenness. Those farthest south seemed the most decayed. And far out at sea, despite a high tide, I glimpsed a long, black line scarcely rising above the water, yet carrying a suggestion of odd, latent malignancy. This, I knew, must be Devil Reef. As I looked, a subtle, curious sense of beckoning seemed superadded to the grim repulsion, and oddly enough, I found this overtone more disturbing than the primary impression. We met no one on the road, but presently began to pass deserted farms in varying stages of ruin. Then I noticed a few inhabited houses with rags stuffed on the broken windowsills, and shells and dead fish lying about the littered yards. Once or twice I saw listless-looking people working in barren gardens or digging clams on the fishy-smelling beach below, and groups of dirty, simian-visaged children playing around weed-grown doorsteps. Somehow, these people seemed more disquieting than the dismal buildings, for almost every one had certain peculiarities of face and motions which I instinctively disliked without being able to define or comprehend them. For a second, I thought this typical physique suggested some picture I had seen, perhaps in a book, under circumstances of particular horror or melancholy, but this pseudo-recollection passed very quickly. As the bus reached a lower level, I began to catch the steady note of a waterfall through the unnatural stillness. The leaning, unpainted houses grew thicker, lined both sides of the road, and displayed more urban tendencies than did those we were leaving behind. The panorama ahead had contracted to a street scene, and in spots I could see where a cobblestone pavement and stretches of brick sidewalk had formerly existed. All the houses were apparently deserted, and there were occasional gaps where tumble-down chimneys and cellar walls told of buildings that had collapsed. Pervading everything was the most nauseous, fishy odor imaginable. Soon, cross streets and junctions began to appear, those on the left leading to shoreward realms of unpaved squalor and decay, while those on the right showed vistas of departed grandeur. So far I had seen no people in town, but there now came signs of sparse habitation, curtained windows here and there, and an occasional battered motor car at the curb. Pavement and sidewalks were increasingly well-defined, and though most of the houses were quite old, wood and brick structures of early 19th century, they were obviously kept fit for habitation. As an amateur antiquarian, I almost lost my olfactory disgust and my feeling of menace and repulsion amidst this rich, unaltered survival from the past. But I was not to reach my destination without one very strong impression of poignantly disagreeable quality. The bus had come to a sort of open concourse or radial point with churches on two sides and the bedraggled remains of a circular green in the center, and I was looking at a large pillared hall on the right-hand junction ahead. The structure's once white paint was now gray and peeling, and the black and gold sign on the pediment was so faded that I could only with difficulty make out the words, "Esoteric Order of Dagon." This, then, was the former Masonic hall, now given over to a degraded cult. As I strained to decipher this inscription, my notice was distracted by the raucous tones of a cracked bell across the street, and I quickly turned to look out the window on my side of the coach. The sound came from a squat, towered stone church of manifestly later date than most of the houses, built in a clumsy Gothic fashion and having a disproportionately high basement with shuttered windows. Though the hands of its clock were missing on the side I glimpsed, I knew that those hoarse strokes were telling the hour of 11. Then suddenly, all thoughts of time were blotted out by an on-rushing image of sharp intensity and uncountable horror which had seized me before I knew what it really was. The door of the church basement was open, revealing a rectangle of blackness inside. And as I looked, a certain object crossed or seemed to cross that dark rectangle, burning into my brain a momentary conception of nightmare, which was all the more maddening because analysis could not show a single nightmarish quality in it. It was a living object, the first except the driver that I had seen since entering the compact part of town, and had I been in a steadier mood, I would have found nothing whatever of terror in it. Clearly, as I realized a moment later, it was the pastor, clad in some peculiar vestments doubtless introduced since the Order of Dagon had modified the ritual of the local churches. The thing which had probably caught my first subconscious glance and supplied the touch of bizarre horror was the tall tiara he wore, an almost exact duplicate of the one Miss Tilton had shown me the previous evening. This, acting on my imagination, had supplied namelessly sinister qualities to the indeterminate face and robed, shambling form beneath it. There was not, I soon decided, any reason why I should have felt that shuddering touch of evil pseudo-memory. Was it not natural that a local mystery cult should adopt among its regiments a unique type of headdress made familiar to the community in some strange way, perhaps as treasure trove? A very thin sprinkling of repellent-looking youngish people now came visible on the sidewalks, lone individuals and silent knots of 2 or 3. The lower floors of the crumbling houses sometimes harbored small shops with dingy signs, and I noticed a parked truck or two as we rattled along. The sounds of the waterfall became more and more distinct, and presently I saw a fairly deep river gorge ahead, spanned by a wide, iron-railed highway bridge, beyond which a large square opened out. As we clanked over the bridge, I looked out on both sides and observed some factory buildings on the edge of the grassy bluff or partway down. The water far below was very abundant, and I could see 2 vigorous sets of falls upstream on my right, and at least one downstream on my left. From this point, the noise was quite deafening. Then we rolled into the large semicircular square across the river, and drew up on the right-hand side in front of a tall, cupola-crowned building with remnants of yellow paint, and with a half-effaced sign proclaiming it to be the Gilman House. I was glad to get out of that bus, and once more proceeded to check my valise in the shabby hotel lobby. There was only one person in sight, an elderly man, without what I had come to call the Innsmouth look, and I decided not to ask him any of the questions which bothered me, remembering that odd things had been noticed in this hotel. Instead, I strolled out onto the square, from which the bus had already gone, and studied the scene minutely and appraisingly. One side of the cobblestoned open space was the straight line of the river. The other was a semicircle of slant-roofed brick buildings of about the 1800 period, from which several streets radiated out away to the southeast, south, and southwest. Lamps were depressingly few and small, all low-powered incandescents, and I was glad that my plans called for departure before dark, even though I knew the moon would be bright. The buildings were all in fair condition, and included perhaps a dozen shops in current operation, of which one was a grocery of the first national chain, others a dismal restaurant, a drugstore, and a wholesale fish dealer's office, and still another, at the eastern extremity of the square near the river, an office of the town's only industry, the Marsh Refining Company. There were perhaps 10 people visible, and 4 or 5 automobiles and motor trucks stood scattered about. I did not need to be told that this was the civic center of Innsmouth. Eastward, I could catch blue glimpses of the harbor, against which rose the decaying remains of 3 once beautiful Georgian steeples. And towards the shore on the opposite bank of the river, I saw the white belfry surmounting what I took to be the Marsh Refinery. For some reason or another, I chose to make my first inquiries at the chain grocery, whose personnel was not likely to be native to Innsmouth. I found a solitary boy of about 17 in charge, and was pleased to note the brightness and affability which promised cheerful information. He seemed exceptionally eager to talk, and I soon gathered that he did not like the place, its fishy smell, or its furtive people. A word with any outsider was a relief to him. He hailed from Arkham, boarded with a family who came from Ipswich, and went back home whenever he got a moment off. His family did not like for him to work in Innsmouth, but the chain had transferred him there, and he did not wish to give up his job. There was, he said, no public library or chamber of commerce in Innsmouth, but I could probably find my way about. The street I'd come down was Federal. West of that were the fine old residence streets, Broad, Washington, Lafayette, and Adams, and east of it were the shoreward slums. It was in these slums along Main Street that I would find the old Georgian churches, but they were all long abandoned. It would be well not to make oneself too conspicuous in such neighborhoods, especially north of the river, since the people were sullen and hostile. Some strangers had even disappeared. Certain spots were almost forbidden territory, as he had learned at considerable cost. One must not, for example, linger much around the Marsh Refinery, or around any of the still-used churches, or around the pillared order of Dagon Hall at New Church Green. Those churches were very odd, all violently disavowed by their respective denominations elsewhere, and apparently using the queerest kind of ceremonials and clerical vestments. Their creeds were heterodox and mysterious, involving hints of certain marvelous transformations leading to bodily immortality of a sort on this earth. The youth's own pastor, Dr. Wallace of Asbury M.E. Church in Arkham, had gravely urged him not to join any church in Innsmouth. As for the Innsmouth people, the youth hardly knew what to make of them. They were as furtive and seldom seen as animals that live in burrows, and one could hardly imagine how they passed the time apart from their desultory fishing. Perhaps, judging from the quantities of bootleg liquor they consumed, they lay for most of the daylight hours in an alcoholic stupor. They seemed sullenly banded together in some sort of fellowship and understanding, despising the world as if they had access to other and preferable spheres of entity. Their appearance, especially those staring, unwinking eyes, which one never saw shut, was certainly shocking enough. And their voices were disgusting. It was awful to hear them chanting in their churches at night, and especially during their main festivals or revivals, which fell twice a year, on April 30th and October 31st. They were very fond of the water, and swam a great deal in both river and harbor. Swimming races out Devil Reef were very common, and everyone in sight seemed well able to share in this arduous sport. When one came to think of it, it was generally only rather young people who were seen out and about in public, and of these the oldest were apt to be the most tainted-looking. When exceptions did occur, they were mostly persons with no trace of aberrancy, like the old clerk at the hotel. One wondered what became of the bulk of the older folk, and whether the Innsmouth look were not a strange and insidious disease phenomenon which increased its hold as years advanced. Only a very rare affliction, of course, could bring about such vast and radical anatomical changes in a single individual after maturity. Changes involving osseous factors as basic as the shape of the skull. But then, even this aspect was no more baffling and unheard of than the visible features of the malady as a whole. It would be hard, the youth implied, to form any real conclusions regarding such a matter, since one never came to know the natives personally, no matter how long one might live in Innsmouth. The youth was certain that many specimens, even worse than the worst visible ones, were kept locked indoors in some places. People sometimes heard the queerest kind of sounds. The tottering waterfront hovels north of the river were reputedly connected by hidden tunnels, thus being a veritable warren of unseen abnormalities. What kind of foreign blood, if any, these beings had, it was impossible to tell. They sometimes kept certain especially repulsive characters out of sight when government agents and others from the outside world came to town. It would be of no use, my informant said, to ask the natives anything about the place. The only one who would talk was a very aged but normal-looking man who lived at the poor house on the north rim of the town and spent his time walking about or lounging around the fire station. This hoary character, Zadok Allen, was 96 years old and somewhat touched in the head, besides being the town drunkard. He was a strange, furtive creature who constantly looked over his shoulder as if afraid of something, and when sober could not be persuaded to talk at all with strangers. He was, however, unable to resist any offer of his favorite poison, and once drunk would furnish the most astonishing fragments of whispered reminiscence. After all, though little useful data could be gained from him since his stories were all insane, incomplete hints of impossible marvels and horrors which could have no source save his own disordered fancy. Nobody ever believed him, that the natives did not like him to drink and talk with strangers, and it was not always safe to be seen questioning him. It was probably from him that some of the wildest popular whispers and delusions were derived. Several non-native residents had reported monstrous glimpses from time to time, but between old Zadok's tales and the malformed denizens, it was no wonder such illusions were current. None of the non-natives ever stayed out late at night, there being a widespread impression that it was not wise to do so. Besides, the streets were loathsomely dark. As for business, the abundance of fish was certainly almost uncanny, but the natives were taking less and less advantage of it. Moreover, prices were falling and competition was growing. Of course, the town's real business was the refinery, whose commercial office was on the square only a few doors east of where we stood. Old Man Marsh was never seen, but sometimes went to work in closed curtain car. There were all sorts of rumors about how Marsh had come to look. He had once been a great dandy, and people said he still wore the frock-coated finery of the Edwardian age, curiously adapted to certain deformities. His sons had formerly conducted the office in the square, but latterly they had been keeping out of sight a good deal and leaving the brunt of affairs to the younger generation. The sons and their sisters had come to look very queer, especially the elder ones, and it was said that their health was failing. One of the Marsh daughters was a repellent, reptilian-looking woman who wore an excess of weird jewelry, clearly of the same exotic tradition as that to which the strange tiara belonged. My informant had noticed it many times, and had heard it spoken of as coming from some secret horde, either of pirates or of demons. The clergymen, or priests, or whatever they were called nowadays, also wore this kind of ornament as a headdress, but one seldom caught glimpses of them. Other specimens the youth had not seen, though they were rumored to exist around Innsmouth. The Marshes, together with the other 3 gently bred families of the town, the Waits, the Gilmans, and the Elliots, were all very retiring. They lived in immense houses along Washington Street, and several were reputed to harbor in concealment certain living kinsfolk whose personal aspect forbade public view, and whose deaths had been reported and recorded. Warning me that many of the street signs were down, the youth drew for my benefit a rough but ample and painstakingly sketched map of the town's salient features. After a moment's study, I felt sure that it would be of great help, and pocketed it with profuse thanks. Disliking the dinginess of the single restaurant I had seen, I bought a fair supply of cheese crackers and ginger wafers to serve as lunch later on. My program, I decided, would be to thread the principal streets, talk with any non-natives I might encounter, and catch the 8 o'clock coach for Arkham. The town, I could see, formed a significant and exaggerated example of communal decay, but being no sociologist, I would limit my serious observations to the field of architecture. Thus I began my systematic, though half-bewildered tour of Innsmouth's narrow, shadow-blighted ways, crossing the bridge and turning toward the roar of the lower falls. I passed close to the Marsh refinery, which seemed oddly free from the noise of industry. This building stood on the steep river bluff near a bridge and an open confluence of streets, which I took to be the earliest civic center, displaced after the Revolution by the present town square. Recrossing the gorge on the Main Street Bridge, I struck a region of utter desertion, which somehow made me shudder. Collapsing huddles of gambrel roofs formed a jagged and fantastic skyline, above which rose the ghoulish, decapitated steeple of an ancient church. Some houses along Main Street were tenanted, but most were tightly boarded up. Down unpaved side streets, I saw the black, gaping windows of deserted hovels, many of which leaned at perilous and incredible angles through the sinking of the part of the foundation. Those windows stared so spectrally that it took courage to turn eastward toward the waterfront. Certainly, the terror of a deserted house swells in geometrical rather than arithmetical progression as houses multiply to form a city of stark desolation. The sight of such endless avenues of fishy-eyed vacancy and death, and the thought of such linked infinities of black, brooding compartments given over to cobwebs and memories and the queerer worm, start up vestigial fears and aversions that not even the stoutest philosophy can disperse. Fish Street was as deserted as Main, though it was different in having many brick and stone warehouses still in excellent shape. Water Street was almost its duplicate, save that there were great seaward gaps where wharves had been. Not a single living thing did I see, except for the scattered fishermen on the distant breakwater, and not a sound did I hear save the lapping of the harbor tides and the roar of the falls of the Monoxid. The town was getting more and more on my nerves, and I looked behind me furtively as I picked my way back over the tottering Water Street Bridge. The Fish Street Bridge, according to the sketch, was in ruins. North of the river, there were traces of squalid life. Active fish-packing houses in Water Street, smoking chimneys and patched roofs here and there, occasional sounds from indeterminate sources, and infrequent shambling forms in the dismal streets and unpaved lanes. But I seemed to find this even more oppressive than the southerly desertion. For one thing, the people were more hideous and abnormal than those near the center of town, so that I was several times evilly reminded of something utterly fantastic which I could not quite place. Undoubtedly, the alien strain in the Innsmouth folk was stronger here than further inland, unless, indeed, the Innsmouth look were a disease rather than a blood strain, in which case this district might be held to harbor the more advanced cases. One detail that annoyed me was the distribution of the few faint sounds I heard. They ought naturally to have come wholly from the visibly inhabited houses, yet in reality were often strongest inside the most rigidly boarded-up facades. There were creakings, scurryings, and hoarse, doubtful noises, and I thought uncomfortably about the hidden tunnels suggested by the grocery boy. Suddenly, I found myself wondering what the voices of the denizens would be like. I had heard no speech so far in this quarter, and was unaccountably anxious not to do so. Pausing only long enough to look at two fine but ruinous old churches at Main and Church Streets, I hastened out of that vile waterfront slum. My next logical goal was New Church Green, but somehow or other I could not bear to repass the church in whose basement I had glimpsed the inexplicably frightening form of that strangely diademed priest or pastor. Besides, the grocery youth had told me that the churches, as well as the Order of Dagon Hall, were not advisable neighborhoods for strangers. Accordingly, I kept north along Main to Martin, then turned inland, crossing Federal Street safely north of the Green, and entering the decayed patrician neighborhood of North Broad, Washington, Lafayette, and Adams Streets. Though these stately old avenues were ill-surfaced and unkempt, their elm-shaded dignity had not entirely departed. Mansion after mansion claimed my gaze, most of them decrepit and boarded up amidst neglected grounds, but one or two in each street showed signs of occupancy. In Washington Street there was a row of 4 or 5 in excellent repair, and with finely tended lawns and gardens. The most sumptuous of these, with wide terraced parterres extending back the whole way to Lafayette Street, I took to be the home of Old Man Marsh, the afflicted refinery owner. In all these streets, no living thing was visible, and I wondered at the complete absence of cats and dogs from Innsmouth. Another thing which puzzled and disturbed me, even in some of my best-preserved mansions, was the tightly shuttered condition of many of the third-story and attic windows. Furtiveness and secretiveness seemed universal in this hushed city of alienage and death, and I could not escape the sensation of being watched from ambush on every hand by sly, staring eyes that never shut. I shivered as the cracked stroke of 3 sounded from the belfry on my left. Too well did I recall the squat church from which those notes came. Following Washington Street toward the river, I now faced a new zone of former industry and commerce, noting the ruins of a factory ahead, and seeing others, with the traces of an old railway station and covered railway bridge beyond, up the gorge to my right. The uncertain bridge now before me was posted with a warning sign, but I took the risk and crossed again to the south bank, where traces of life reappeared. Furtive, shambling creatures stared cryptically in my direction, and more normal faces eyed me coldly and curiously. Innsmouth was rapidly becoming intolerable, and I turned down Payne Street toward the square in the hope of getting some vehicle to take me to Arkham before the still distant starting time of that sinister bus. It was then that I saw the tumble-down fire station to my left, and noticed the red-faced, bushy-bearded, watery-eyed old man in nondescript rags who sat on a bench in front of it, talking with a pair of unkempt but not abnormal-looking firemen. This, of course, must be Zadok Allen, the half-crazed, liquorish nonagenarian whose tales of old Innsmouth and its shadows were so hideous and incredible. And that is the end of Section 2 of The Shadow over Innsmouth. Let me get a drink. Oh, hello. This is not for you. I don't think that kitty cats like tea. I don't. Can I help you? Yes, I can give you kisses, but not tea. Goodness. What are you doing, buddy? Do not... Please don't try to eat it. Thank you. He ruins everything. All right. You got cat hair in my mouth from nuzzling me. Let's see. Ooh, that thing that says, I'm on my laptop on my couch next to my 2-year-old who's watching Clifford the Big Red Dog. So in one ear, I'm getting monstrous Lovecraftian horror, and in my other ear, a story about fish people. That's very good. I love Clifford so very much. Clifford was actually a very important part of my childhood. I kind of wanted to grow up to be Emily Elizabeth. And I never, the funny part is that, like, growing up I never had a dog. Like the dog that I have now is the first dog that I've ever had. So, like, I don't know what I thought as a child that I would do with a giant dog. But in my heart of hearts, I desperately wanted one. Went to Fishing Town, complained it smelled like fish. Yeah, I feel like our protagonist is not, well, we'll see, but I feel like his expectations of the town and the reality of the town are not quite in line, to put it lightly. I'm so glad that you all enjoy the sound of Desmond being a pain in the ass, because he loves being a pain in the ass. Alright, so I believe that I have set things up correctly, where I can just switch over to the other source here, and it will show the video. And I am fairly certain that it will also, that like the audio will work. But we'll see. Let me know. Make sure to put it in the chat if, audio levels are weird, or if any of that is not going how it should be. But I believe that I just need to switch the source over, and that will be that. Because again, this section, this upcoming section, section 3, is where we will be having our guest reader, That Dang Dad, and his wonderful, absolutely wonderful video that he has made for us, that I will be playing shortly. So let's give it up for That Dang Dad while I rest my voice a bit. And I also think that I'm going to be turning off the music in the background, because I'll turn it back on when I do my parts, but I think that he has his own music in his own bit. So let us see if this works. There we go.
It must have been some imp of the perverse, or some sardonic pull from dark hidden sources, which made me change my plans as I did. I had long before resolved to limit my observations to architecture alone, and I was even then hurrying towards the square in an effort to get quick transportation out of this festering city of death and decay. But the sight of old Zadok Allen set up new currents in my mind and made me slacken my pace uncertainly. I had been assured that the old man could do nothing but hint at wild, disjointed, and incredible legends, and I had been warned that the natives made it unsafe to be seen talking to him. Yet the thought of this aged witness to the town's decay, with memories going back to the early days of ships and factories, was a lure that no amount of reason could make me resist. After all, the strangest and maddest of myths are often merely symbols or allegories based upon truth, and old Zadok must have seen everything which went on around Innsmouth for the last 90 years. Curiosity flared up beyond sense and caution, and in my youthful egotism I fancied I might be able to sift a nucleus of real history from the confused, extravagant outpouring I would probably extract with the aid of raw whiskey. I knew that I could not accost him then and there, for the firemen would surely notice and object. Instead, I reflected, I would prepare by getting some bootleg liquor at a place where the grocery boy had told me it was plentiful. Then I would loaf near the fire station in apparent casualness and fall in with old Zadok after he had started on one of his frequent rambles. The youth said he was very restless, seldom sitting around the station for more than an hour or two at a time. A quart bottle of whiskey was easily, though not cheaply, obtained in the rear of a dingy variety store just off the square in Elliott Street. The dirty-looking fellow who waited on me had a touch of the staring Innsmouth look, but was quite civil in his way, being perhaps used to the custom of such convivial strangers, truckmen, gold buyers, and the like, as were occasionally in town. Re-entering the square, I saw that luck was with me, for, shuffling out of Payne Street around the corner of the Gilman house, I glimpsed nothing less than the tall, lean, tattered form of old Zadok Allen himself. In accordance with my plan, I attracted his attention by brandishing my newly purchased bottle, and soon realized that he had begun to shuffle wistfully after me as I turned into Waite Street on my way to the most deserted region I could think of. I was steering my course by the map the grocery boy had prepared, and was aiming for the wholly abandoned stretch of southern waterfront which I had previously visited. The only people in sight there had been the fishermen on the distant breakwater, and by going a few squares south I could get beyond the range of these, finding a pair of seats on some abandoned wharf and being free to question old Zadok unobserved for an indefinite time. Before I reached Main Street I could hear a faint and wheezy, "Hey, mister," behind me, and I presently allowed the old man to catch up and take copious pulls from the quart bottle. I began putting out feelers as we walked along to Water Street and turned southward amidst the omnipresent desolation and crazily tilted ruins, but I found that the aged tongue did not loosen as quickly as I had expected. At length I saw a grass-grown opening toward the sea between crumbling brick walls, with the weedy length of an earthen masonry wharf projecting abroad. Piles of moss-covered stones near the water promised tolerable seats, and the scene was sheltered from all possible view by a ruined warehouse on the north. Here, I thought, was the ideal place for a long, secret colloquy, so I guided my companion down the lane and picked out spots to sit in among the mossy stones. The air of death and desolation was ghoulish, and the smell of fish almost insufferable, but I was resolved to let nothing deter me. About 4 hours remained for conversation if I were to catch the 8 o'clock coach for Arkham, and I began to dole out more liquor to the ancient tippler, meanwhile eating my own frugal lunch. In my donations, I was careful not to overshoot the mark, for I did not wish Zadok's Venus garrulousness to pass into a stupor. After an hour, his furtive taciturnity showed signs of disappearing, but much to my disappointment, he still sidetracked my questions about Innsmouth and its shadow-haunted past. He would babble of current topics, revealing a wide acquaintance with newspapers and a great tendency to philosophize in a sententious village fashion. Toward the end of the second hour, I feared my quart of whiskey would not be enough to produce results, and was wondering whether I had better leave old Zadok and go back for more. Just then, however, chance made the opening which my questions had been unable to make, and the wheezing ancient's rambling took a turn that caused me to lean forward and listen alertly. My back was toward the fishy-smelling sea, but he was facing it, and something or other had caused his wandering gaze to light upon the low, distant line of Devil Reef, then showing plainly and almost fascinatingly above the waters. The sight seemed to displease him, for he began a series of weak curses which ended in a confidential whisper and a knowing leer. He bent towards me, took hold of my coat lapel, and hissed out some hints that could not be mistaken.
There's where it all begun, that cursed place of all wickedness where the deep water starts. Gate of hell, sheer drop down to the bottom no sounding line can touch. Old Cap'n Obed done it, him that found out more'n was good for him in the South Sea Islands. Everyone was in a bad way them days. Trade falling off, mills losing business, even the new ones, and the best of our men folks killed to privateering in the War of 1812 or lost with the Ellerslie brig and the Ranger Snow, both of 'em Gilman ventures. Obed Marsh, he had 3 ships afloat, Brigantine Columbia and Brig Hetty and Bark Sumatra Queen. He was the only one as kept on with East India and Pacific trade, though Esdras Martin's Barkentine Malay Pride made a venture as late as 28. Never was nobody like Cap'n Obed, old limb of Satan. I can mind him a telling about foreign parts and calling the folks stupid for going to Christian meeting and bearing their burdens meek and lowly. Says they are to get better gods like some of the folks in the Ingies, gods as would bring 'em good fishing in return for their sacrifices and would really answer folks' prayers. Matt Elliot, his first mate, talked a lot too, only he was against folks doing any heathen things. Told about an island east of Otaheite where there was a lot of stone ruins older than anybody knew anything about, kind of like them on Panape and the Carolines, but with carvings of faces that looked like the big statues on Easter Island. There was a little volcanic island near there too, where there was other ruins with different carvings, ruins all wore away like they'd been under the sea once, and pictures of awful monsters all over 'em. Well, Sir Matt, he says the natives round there had all the fish they could catch and sported bracelets and armlets and head rigs made out of some queer kind of gold and covered with pictures of monsters just like the ones carved over the ruins on the little island. Sort of fish-like frogs or frog-like fishes that was all drawed in all kinds of positions like they was human beings. Nobody could get out of them where they got all that stuff, and all the other natives wondered how they managed to find fish in a plenty when the very next islands had lean pickings. Matt, he got to wondering too, and so did Cap'n Obed. Obed, he notices besides that lots of the handsome young folks had dropped out of sight for good from year to year, and that there weren't many old folks around. Also, he thinks some of the folks looks darn queer even for Kanakis. It took Obed to get the truth out of them heathen. Don't know how he done it, but he begun by trading for the gold-like things they wore. Asked them where they come from and if they could get more, and finally he wormed the story out of the old chief, Wallachia they called him. Nobody but Obed had ever believed a word out of the old yeller devil, but Captain could read folks like they was books. Nobody ever believes me now when I tell 'em, and don't suppose you will either, young feller, but though come to look at you, you have got kind of them sharp reading eyes like old Obed had.
The old man's whisper grew fainter, and I found myself shuddering at the terrible and sincere portentousness of his intonation, even though I knew his tale could be nothing but drunken fantasy.
Well, Sir Obed, he learnt these things on this earth most folks never heard about, and wouldn't believe if they did hear. Seems these Kanakis was sacrificing heaps of their young men and maidens to some of the god things that lived under the sea, and getting all kinds of favour in return. They met the things on the little islet with the queer ruins, and seems them awful pictures of frogfish monsters was supposed to be pictures of these things. Maybe they was the kind of critters what got all the mermaid stories and such started. They had all kinds of cities at the sea bottom, and this island was heaved up from there. Seems there was some of the things alive in the stone buildings when the island came up sudden to the surface. That's how the Kanakis got wind they was down there. Made sign talk as soon as they got over being scared and pieced together a bargain afore too long. Them things liked human sacrifices, had had 'em ages afore, but lost track of the upper world after a time. What they done to the victims, it ain't for me to say, and I guess Obed went none too sharp about asking, but it was all right with the heathens, 'cause they'd been having a hard time and was desperate about everything. They gave a certain number of young folk to the sea things twice every year, May Eve and Halloween, regular as could be, and also give some of the carved knickknacks they made. What the things agreed to give in return was plenty of fish. They drove 'em in from all over the sea, and a few gold-like things every now and again. Well, as I says, the natives met the things on the little volcanic islet, going there in canoes with the sacrifices, etc., and bringing back any of the gold-like jewels as was coming to 'em. At first, the things didn't never go near the main island, but after a time they come to want to. Seems they hankered after mixing with the folks and having joint ceremonies on the big days, May Eve and Halloween. You see, they was able to live both in and out of the water, what they call amphibians, I guess. The Kanakis told 'em as how other folks from the other islands might want to wipe 'em out if they got wind of their being there, but they says they don't care much, 'cause they could wipe out the whole brood of humans if they was willing to bother. That is, any as didn't have certain signs, such as what was used once by the old ones, whoever they was. But not wanting to bother, they'd lay low when anybody visited the island. When it come to mating with them toad-looking fishes, the Kanakis kinda balked, but finally they learnt something as to put a new face on the matter. Seems that human folks has got a kind of relation to such water beasts that everything alive come out of the water once and only needs a little change to go back again. Them things told the Kanakis that if they mixed bloods there'd be children as'd look human at first, but later turn more and more like the things, till finally they'd take to the water and join with the main lot of things from down there. And this was the important part, young feller. Them as turned into fish things and went into the water wouldn't never die. Them things never died, except as they was kilt violent. Well, sir, it seems by the time Obed knowed them islanders, they was all full of fish blood from the deep water things. When they got old and begun to show it, they was kept hidden till they felt like taking to the water and quitting the place. Some was more touched than others, and some never did quite change enough to take to the water, but most of they turned out just the way them things said. Them as was born more like the things changed hourly, but them as was nearly human sometimes stayed on the island till they was past 70. Though they'd usually go down under for a few trial trips afore that. Folks as had took to the water generally come back a good deal to visit, so's a man 'd often be talking to his own 5 times great-grandfather who'd left the dry land a couple of 100 years or so afore. Everybody got out of the idea of dying, except in canoe wars with the other islanders, or as sacrifices to the sea gods down below, or from snake bite, or plague, or sharp galloping ailments, or something before they could take to the water, but simply looked forward to a kind of change that wouldn't have been horrible after a while. They thought what they'd got was well worth what they'd had to give up, and I guess Obed kind of come to thinking the same himself when he chewed over old Wallakea's story a bit. Wallakea, though, was one of a few as hadn't got none of the fish blood, being of a royal line that intermarried with royal lines of other islands. Wallakea, he showed Obed a lot of rites and incantations as had to do with the sea things, and let him see some of the folks in the villages had changed from human shape. Somehow or other, though, he would never let him see one of the regular things from right out of the water. In the end, he gave him a kind of funny thingamajig made out of lead or something, and said it'd bring up the fish things from any place in the water where there might be a nest of 'em. The idea was to drop it down with the right kind of prayers and such, while Akea allowed as such things was scattered all over the world, so as anybody that looked about could find a nest and bring 'em up if they was wanted. Well, Matt, he didn't like this business at all and wanted Obed should keep away from the island, but the captain was sharp for gain and found he could get them gold-like things so cheap it'd pay him to make a specialty of 'em. Things went on that way for years. Obed got enough of the gold-like stuff to make him start the refinery in Waite's old run-down fulling mill. He didn't dare sell the pieces like they was, for folks would be all the time asking questions, all the same as crews would get a good piece of it and dispose of it now and then, and even though they was swore to keep quiet. And he let his woman folks wear some of the pieces as was more human-like than most. Well, come about 38, when I was 7 years old Bet he found the island people all wiped out between voyages. Seems the other islanders had gotten wind of what was going on, and it took matters into their own hands. Suppose they must have had, after all. Them old magic sciences the sea things says was the only things they was afeard of. No telling what any of them Kanakis will chance to get a hold of when the sea bottom throws up some island with ruins older than the deluge. Pious cusses they was. They didn't leave nothing standing on either the main island or the little volcanic islet, except what parts of the ruins was too big to knock down. In some places there was little stones strewn about like charms, with something on 'em like what you'd call a swastika nowadays. Probably was one of them old ones' signs. Folks all wiped out, no trace of no gold-like things, and none of the nearby Kanakis would breathe a word about the matter. Wouldn't even admit they'd ever been any people on that island. That naturally hit Obed pretty hard, seeing as his normal trade was doing very poor. It hit the whole of Innsmouth too, because in seafaring days what profited the master of a ship generally profited the crew proportionate. Most of the folks around town took the hard times kind of sheep-like and resigned, but they was in bad shape because the fishing was petering out and the mills wasn't doing none too well. Then's the time Obed he begun a cursing at them folks for being dull sheep and praying to a Christian heaven as didn't help him none. He told 'em he knowed of folks as prayed to gods that could give 'em something ye really need, and says if a good bunch of men would stand by him, he could maybe get a hold of certain powers that'd bring plenty of fish and quite a bit of gold. Of course, them as served on the Sumatri Queen and seed the island knowed what he meant, and wasn't none too anxious to get close to the sea things as they'd heard tell on, but them as didn't know what 'twas all about got kind of swayed by what Obed had to say, and began to ask them what they could do to set him on the way to the faith as it'd bring him results.
Here, the old man faltered, mumbled, and lapsed into a moody and apprehensive silence, glancing nervously over his shoulder and then turning back to stare fascinatedly at the distant black reef. When I spoke to him, he did not answer, so I knew I would have to let him finish the bottle. The insane yarn I was hearing interested me profoundly, for I fancied there was contained within it a sort of crude allegory based upon the strangeness of Innsmouth, and elaborated by an imagination at once creative and full of scraps of exotic legend. Not for a moment did I believe that the tale had any real substantial foundation, but nonetheless the account held a hint of genuine terror, if only because it brought in references to strange jewels clearly akin to the malign tiara I had seen in Newburyport. Perhaps the ornaments had, after all, come from some strange island, and possibly the wild stories were lies of the bygone Obed himself rather than of this antique toper. I handed Zadok the bottle, and he drained it to the last drop. It was curious how he could stand so much whiskey, for not even a trace of thickness had come into his high, wheezy voice. He licked the nose of the bottle and slipped it into his pocket, then beginning to nod and whisper softly to himself. I bent close to catch any articulate words he might utter, and thought I saw a sardonic smile behind the stained, bushy whiskers. Yes, he really was forming words, and I could grasp a fair proportion of them.
Poor Matt. Matt, he always was against it. Tried to line up folks on his side and had long talks with the preachers. No use. They ran the congressional parson out of town, and the Methodist feller quit, and never did see Resolve Babcock, the Baptist parson, again. Wrath of Jehovah. It was a mighty little critter, but I heard what I heard and seen what I seen. Dagon and Ashtoreth, Belial and Beelzebub, Golden Calf, and the idols of Canaan and the Philistines, Babylonish abominations, meanie, tickle you parson.
He stopped again, and from the look in his watery blue eyes, I feared he was close to a stupor after all. But when I gently shook his shoulder, he turned on me with astonishing alertness and snapped out some more obscure phrases.
Don't believe me, hey? Then just tell me, young feller, why Captain Obed and 20-odd other folks used to row out to Devil Reef in the dead of night and chant things so loud you could hear 'em all over town when the wind was right. Tell me that, hey? And tell me why Obed was always dropping heavy things down into the deep water on the other side of the reef where the bottom shoots down like a cliff lower than you can sound. Tell me what he done with that funny-shaped lead thingamajig as well Achaia gave him, hey, boy? And what did they used to howl on May Eve and again on the next Halloween? And why did the new church parsons, fellers as used to be sailors, wear them queer robes and cover themselves with them gold-like things Obed brung, hey?
The watery blue eyes were almost savage and maniacal now, and the dirty white beard bristled electrically. Old Zadok probably saw me shrink back, for he'd begun to cackle evilly.
Beginning to see, hey? Maybe it'd like to have been me back in them days when I'd seen things at night out to sea from the cupola top of my house. Oh, I can tell you, little pitchers have big ears, and I wasn't missing nothing of what was gossiped about Captain Obed and the folks out to the reef. How about the night I took my pa's ship's glass up to the cupola and see the reef a-bristling thick with shapes that dove off quick soon as the moon's riz. Obed and the folks was in a dory, but them shapes dove off the far side into the deep water and never come up. How'd you like to be a little shaver alone up in a cupola watching the shapes that want human shapes?
The old man was getting hysterical, and I began to shiver with a nameless alarm. He laid a gnarled claw on my shoulder, and it seemed to me that its shaking was not altogether that of mirth.
S'pose one night you'd see it something heavy heaved off an Obed's dory beyond the reef, and then learn the next day a young feller was missing from home, hey? Did anybody ever see hide nor hair of Hiram Gilman again, did they? And Nick Pierce and Llewellyn Waite, and Adoniram Southwick and Henry Garrison, hey? Ships talking sign language with their hands. Them as had real hands. Well, sir, that was the time Obed began to get on his feet again. Folks see his 3 daughters are wearing gold-like things as nobody'd ever seen on him before, and smoke started coming out of the refinery chimbley, and other folks was prospering too. Fish began to swarm up into the harbour fit to kill, and heaven knows what size cargoes we began to ship out to Newburyport and Arkham and Boston. 'Twas then Obed got the old branch railroad put through, and some Kingsport fishermen heard about the catch and came up in sloops, but they was all lost. Nobody never seen him again. And just then our folks organized the Esoteric Order at Dagon and bought Masonic Hall off in Calvary Commandery for it. Matt Elliott was a Mason and against the selling, but he dropped out of sight just then. Now remember, I ain't saying Obed was set on having things just like they was on that Kanaki Isle. I don't think he aimed at first to do no mixin' nor raise no youngins to take to the water and turn into the fishes with eternal life. He just wanted them gold things and was willing to pay heavy, and I guess the others were satisfied for a while. Coming 46, the town done some looking and thinking for itself. Too many folks missing, too much wild preaching at a meeting on a Sunday, too much talk about that reef. I guess I done a bit by telling Selectman Mowry what I seen from the cupola. There was a party one night as followed Obed's crowd out to the reef, and I heard shots betwixt the dories. Next day, Obed and 32 sailors was in jail, and everybody a-wondering just what was afoot and just what charge against him could be got to Holt. God, if anybody had looked ahead. A couple of weeks later, when nothing had been thrown into the sea for that long. Zadok was showing signs of fright and exhaustion, and I let him keep silence for a while, though glancing apprehensively at my watch. The tide had turned and was coming in now, and the sound of the waves seemed to arouse him. I was glad of that tide, for at high water the fishy smell might not be so bad. Again I strained to catch his whispers. That awful night. I seed him. I was up on the cupola, hearts of them, swarms of them, all over the reef, swimming up to the harbour, and then he said, God, what happened in the streets of it that night? They rattled our door, but Pa wouldn't open. He clomb out the kitchen window with his musket to find Selectman Mowry and see what he could do. Mountains of the dead and dying, shots, screams, shouting, and the old squire and town squire and new church dying. Jail thrown open, proclamation, treason. Called it the plagues when the folks come in and found half our people missing. Nobody left but them as a joinin' with Obed and them things, or else keep quiet. Never hear of my pa no more.
The old man was panting and perspiring profusely. His grip on my shoulder tightened.
Everything cleaned up in the morning, but they was traces. Obed, he kinder takes charge and says things is gonna be changed. Others'll worship with us at meeting time, and certain houses has got to entertain guests. They wanted to mix like they done with the Kanakis, and he for one didn't feel bound to stop 'em. Far gone was Obed, just like a crazy man on the subject. He says they brung us fish and treasure, and they should have whatever they hankered after. Nothing was to be different on the outside, only we was to keep shy as strangers if we knowed what was good for us. We all had to take the oath the day gone, and later there was second and third oaths that some of us took. Them as it helps special, it gets special rewards, gold and such. No use bulking, for they was millions of 'em down there. They'd rather not start rising up and wiping out humankind, but if they was given away and forced to, they could do a lot towards just that. We didn't have them old charms to cut 'em off like the folks in the South Sea did, and them Kanakis would never give up their secrets. Yield up enough sacrifices and savage knickknacks and harborage in the town when they wanted it, and they'd let well enough alone, wouldn't bother no strangers as might bear tales outside, but that is without they got prying. All in the band of the faithful, order a Dagon, and the children should never die, but go back to the mother Hydra and father Dagon, what we all come from once. Ia, Cthulhu Fatagan, Funguli Magnoafa Cthulhu Relea, Wagnal Fatagan.
Old Zadok was fast lapsing into stark raving, and I held my breath. Poor old soul. To what pitiful depths of hallucination had his liquor, plus his hatred of the decay, alienage, and disease around him brought that fertile, imaginative brain. He began to moan now, and tears were coursing down his channeled cheeks into the depths of his beard.
God, what I seen since I was 15-year-old. Meanie, tell you person. The folks as was missing and them that killed theirselves. Them as told things in Arkham or Ipswich or such places were all called crazy as you're calling me now. But God, what I've seen. They'd have killed me long ago for what I know, but I took the first and second oaths at Dagon off an Obed, and so was protected unless a jury of 'em proved I was told things known and deliberate, but I wouldn't take the third oath. I'd have died rather than take that. It got worse around Civil War time when children born since 46 began to grow up, and some of 'em, that is. I was afeard. Never did no prying after that awful night. Never seen one of them close to in all my life. That is, never no full-blooded one. I went to the war, and if I had any guts or sense, I'd have never come back and settled away from here, but folks wrote me things once so bad. That, I suppose, was because government draftmen was in town after 63. After the war, it was just as bad again. People began to fall off, mills and shops shut down. Shipping stopped and the harbor choked up, railroad give up, but they never stopped swimming in and out of the river from that cursed reef of Satan. And more attic windows got to boarded up, and more noises was heard in houses as wasn't supposed to have nobody in 'em. Folks outside of their stories about us, suppose you heard plenty of 'em, seeing as what questions you asked. Stories about things they'd seen now and then, about that queer jewelry as comes in from somewheres and ain't quite all melted up, but nothing ever gets definite. Nobody'll believe nothing. They called them gold-like things pirate loot and allow the Innsmouth folks has foreign blood or is distempered or something. Beside them's that lives here shoo off as many strangers as they can and encourage the rest not to get very curious, especially around night time. Beasts balk at the critters, hosses worse than mules, but when they got autos, that was alright. In 46, Captain Obed took a second wife that nobody in town never see. Some says he didn't want to, but was made to by them as he called in. Had 3 children by her. 2 was disappeared young, but one girl's looked like anyone else and was educated in Europe. Obed finally got her married off by a trick to an Arkham feller as didn't suspect nothing, but nobody outside'll have nothing to do with Innsmouth folk now. Barnabas Marsh that runs the refinery now is Obed's grandson by his first wife. Son of Onesiphorus, his eldest son, but his mother was another of them as went never seen outdoors. Right now, Barnabas is about changed, can't shut his eyes no more, and is all out of shape. They say he still wears clothes, but he'll take to the water soon. Maybe he's tried it already. They do that sometimes, go down for little spells before they go for good. Ain't been seen about in public for nigh on 10 year. Don't know how his poor wife can feel. She come from Ipswich, and they near lynched Barnabas when he courted her 50-odd year ago. Oh. Obed, he died in 78, and all the next generation's gone now. First wife's children dead, and the rest God knows.
The sound of the incoming tide was now very insistent, and little by little it seemed to change the old man's mood from maudlin tearfulness to watchful fear. He would pause now and then to renew those nervous glances over his shoulder or out towards the reef, and despite the wild absurdity of his tale, I could not help begin to share in his vague apprehensiveness. Zadok now grew shriller, and seemed to be trying to whip up his courage with louder speech.
Hey, you. Why don't you say something? How'd you like to be living in a town like this with everything a rotten and a dying and boarded up monsters crawling and bleating and barking and hopping around black cellars and attics every which way you turn, hey? How'd you like to hear the howling night after night from the churches in order to Dagon Hall and know what's doing part of the howling? How'd you like to hear what comes from that awful reef every May Eve and Hallowmas, hey? Think the old man's crazy, eh? Well, sir, let me tell ya, that ain't the worst.
Zadok was really screaming now, and the mad frenzy of his voice disturbed me more than I care to own.
Curse ye, don't you sit there staring at me with them eyes. I tell Obed Marsh he's in hell and he's gotta stay there. In hell, I says, can't get me, I ain't done nothing nor told nobody nothing. Oh, you young feller, well, even if I ain't told nobody nothing yet, I'm a-going to now. You just sit still and listen to me, boy. This is what I ain't never told nobody. I says I didn't do no prying after that night, but I found things out just the same. You want to know what the real horror is, hey? Well, it's this. It ain't what them fish devils has done, but it's what they're a-gonna do. They're bringing things up out of where they come from into town, been doing it for years and slacking up lately. Them houses north of the river betwixt Water and Main Streets is full of 'em. Them devils and what they brung up and what they get ready. I say, and when they get ready, ever hear tell of a Shoggoth? Hey, do you hear me? I tell you, I know what them things be. I seen 'em one night when...
The hideous suddenness and inhuman frightfulness of the old man's shriek almost made me faint. His eyes, looking past me towards the malodorous sea, were positively starting from his head, while his face was a mask of fear worthy of Greek tragedy. His bony claw dug monstrously into my shoulder, and he made no motion as I turned my head to look at whatever he had glimpsed. There was nothing that I could see, only the incoming tide, with perhaps one set of ripples more local than the long-flung line of breakers. But now Zadok was shaking me, and I turned back to watch the melting of that fear-frozen face into a chaos of twitching eyelids and mumbling gums. Presently his voice came back, albeit as a trembling whisper.
Get out of here! Get out of here! They seen us! Get out for your life! Don't wait for nothing! They know now! Run for it quick out of this town!
Another heavy wave dashed against the loosening masonry of the bygone wharf, and changed the mad ancient's whisper into another inhuman and blood-curdling scream. Before I could recover my scattered wits, he had relaxed his clutch on my shoulder and dashed wildly inland towards the street, reeling northward around the ruined warehouse wall. I glanced back at the sea, but there was nothing there, and when I reached Water Street and looked along it toward the north, there was no remaining trace of Zadok Allen.
Alright. That was so good. I am so absolutely blown away by that performance. Like I said, when I was setting it up, just like absolutely, like, so good. That's why I was so excited to share it with all of you, because it's so, like, mind-blowing. I don't know. It really, I feel like almost shows me up on my own stream, but because I'm not a coward, I decided to share it with you all anyway. And I was able to rest my voice and refill my tea, so we're all winners here. But seriously, thank you so much, That Dang Dad. And if all of you liked that, then you can go follow him on Twitter, where he's just That Dang Dad, or his other account, That Dang Phil. And you can also find him over on YouTube, where he does videos that are sort of similar to mine. So if you like my stuff, then you will definitely like his stuff. Super great, very chill vibes, super awesome. Just really great creator, really great person, very funny, very incredible. What's the word I'm looking for? Not like actor, but presenter. That makes it sound too formal. I don't know. All words are lost from my brain right now. Just super great. So go follow him on all the things. Show him some love and support for being a friend of the channel and being willing to give his talents to this little project. Because it was so good. It was so good. So yes, if you had a YouTube for stuff like that, I would subscribe. He does have a YouTube. I know he's done some poetry on his channel. But that might be something that you could do. Or even like make a second channel for or something, as I have done for my reading things. Because people seem to be very into it. The one particular person that I am talking to as I am looking into the camera. Alright. Performer, word person, orator, all of those things. Yeah. You know, all the things. Okay. So, I'm sort of glad that we don't really see Zadok anymore. Because I could not even compare with that performance. So, there are 2 more sections, but so there's section 4 and then section 5. Section 4 I'm actually going to divide into 2 because it's quite long and I don't want to do it all in one shot. So we're actually going to make it 3 sections instead of 2 sections. So we're going to have 2 breaks and then the end. All right. Gotta go do dad stuff, but thanks for inviting me, Zoe. Yes, go do the dad things. And thank you for being here, lending your talents. Go have a wonderful evening with your children. Okay. And let us continue with The Shadow over Innsmouth. Section 4, now that we are sufficiently spooked by the mad ramblings of Zadok Allen. I can hardly describe the mood in which I was left by this harrowing episode. An episode at once mad and pitiful, grotesque and terrifying. The grocery boy had prepared me for it, yet the reality left me nonetheless bewildered and disturbed. Puerile though the story was, old Zadok's insane earnestness and horror had communicated to me a mounting unrest which joined with my earlier sense of loathing for the town and its blight of intangible shadow. Later, I might sift the tale and extract some nucleus of historic allegory. Just now, I wish to put it out of my head. The hour had grown perilously late. My watch said 7:15, and the Arkham bus left town square at 8. So I tried to give my thoughts as neutral and practical a cast as possible, meanwhile walking rapidly through the deserted streets of gaping roofs and leaning houses toward the hotel where I had checked my valise and would find my bus. Though the golden light of late afternoon gave the ancient roofs and decrepit chimneys an air of mystique loveliness and peace, I could not help glancing over my shoulder now and then. I would surely be very glad to get out of malodorous and fear-shadowed Innsmouth, and wished there were some other vehicle than the bus driven by that sinister-looking fellow sergeant. Yet I did not hurry too precipitately, for there were architectural details worth viewing at every silent corner, and I could easily, I calculated, cover the necessary distance in a half hour. Desmond is currently playing with a toy, so if you hear some sounds, that is him making that. Studying the grocery youth's map and seeking a route I had not traversed before, I chose Marsh Street instead of State for my approach to Town Square. Near the corner of Fall Street, I began to see scattered groups of furtive whisperers, and when I finally reached the square, I saw that almost all the loiterers were congregated around the door of the Gilman house. It seemed as if many bulging, watery, unwinking eyes looked oddly at me as I claimed my valise in the lobby, and I hoped that none of these unpleasant creatures would be my fellow passengers on the coach. The bus, rather early, rattled in with 3 passengers somewhat before 8, and an evil-looking fellow on the sidewalk muttered a few indistinguishable words to the driver. Sergeant threw out a mailbag and a roll of newspapers and entered the hotel, while the passengers, the same men whom I had seen arriving in Newburyport that morning, shambled to the sidewalk and exchanged some faint guttural words with a loafer in a language I could not have sworn was not English. I boarded the empty coach and took the same seat I had taken before, but was hardly settled before Sergeant reappeared and began mumbling in a throaty voice of peculiar repulsiveness. I was, it appeared, in very bad luck. There had been something wrong with the engine, despite the excellent time made from Newburyport, and the bus could not complete the journey to Arkham. No, it could not possibly be repaired that night, nor were there any other way of getting transportation out of Innsmouth, either to Arkham or elsewhere. Sergeant was sorry, but I would have to stop over at the Gilman. Probably the clerk would make the price easy for me, but there was nothing else to do. Almost dazed by this sudden obstacle and violently dreading the fall of night in this decaying and half-unlighted town, I left the bus and re-entered the hotel lobby, where the sullen, queer-looking night clerk told me I could have room 428 next to the top floor, large but without running water, for $1. Despite what I had heard of this hotel in Newburyport, I signed the register, paid my $1, and let the clerk take my valise, and followed that sour, solitary attendant up 3 creaking flights of stairs, past dusty corridors, which seemed wholly devoid of life. My room, a dismal rear one with 2 windows and bare, cheap furnishings, overlooked a dingy courtyard otherwise hemmed in by low, deserted brick blocks, and commanded a view of decrepit, westward-stretching roofs with a marshy countryside beyond. At the end of the corridor was a bathroom, a discouraging relic with ancient marble bowl, tin tub, faint electric light, and musty wooden paneling all around the plumbing fixtures. It being still daylight, I descended to the square and looked around for a dinner of some sort, noticing as I did so the strange glances I received from the unwholesome loafers. Since the grocery was closed, I was forced to patronize the restaurant I had shunned before. A stooped, narrow-headed man with staring, unwinking eyes, and a flat-nosed wench with unbelievably thick, clumsy hands being in attendance. The service was all of the counter type, and it relieved me to find that much was evidently served from cans and packages. A bowl of vegetable soup with crackers was enough for me, and I soon headed back for my cheerless room at the Gilman, getting an evening paper and a fly-specked magazine from the evil-visaged clerk at the rickety stand beside his desk. As twilight deepened, I returned on one of the feeble electric bulbs over the cheap, iron-framed bed and tried as best I could to continue the reading I had begun. I felt it was advisable to keep my mind wholesomely occupied, for it would not do to brood over the abnormalities of this ancient, blight-shadowed town while I was still within its borders. The insane yarn I had heard from the aged drunkard did not promise very pleasant dreams, and I felt I must keep the image of his wild, watery eyes as far as possible from my imagination. Also, I must not dwell on what that factory inspector had told the Newburyport ticket attendant about the Gilman house and the voices of its nocturnal tenants. Not on that, nor on the face beneath the tiara in the black church doorway, the face for whose horror my conscious mind could not account. It would perhaps have been easier to keep my thoughts from disturbing topics had the room not been so gruesomely musty. As it was, the lethal mustiness blended hideously with the town's general fishy odor and persistently focused one's fancy on death and decay. Another thing that disturbed me was the absence of a bolt on the door to my room. One had been there, as marks clearly showed, but there were signs of recent removal. No doubt it had become out of order, like so many other things in this decrepit edifice. In my nervousness, I looked around and discovered a bolt on the clothes press, which seemed to be of the same size, judging from the marks, as the one formerly on the door. To gain a partial relief from the general tension, I busied myself by transferring this hardware to the vacant place with the aid of a handy 3-in-1 device, including a screwdriver, which I kept on my keyring. The bolt fitted perfectly, and I was somewhat relieved when I knew that I could shoot it firmly upon retiring. Not that I had any real apprehension of its need, but that any symbol of security was welcome in an environment of this kind. There were adequate bolts on the 2 lateral doors to connecting rooms, and these I proceeded to fashion. I did not undress, but decided to read till I was sleepy, then lie down with only my coat, collar, and shoes off. Taking a pocket flashlight from my valise, I placed it in my trousers so that I could read my watch if I woke up later in the dark. Drowsiness, however, did not come, and when I stopped to analyze my thoughts, I found to my disquiet that I was really unconsciously listening for something which I dreaded but could not name. That inspector's story must have worked on my imagination more deeply than I had suspected. Again, I tried to read, but found that I made no progress. After a time, I seemed to hear the stairs and corridors creak at intervals as if with footsteps, and wondered if the other rooms were beginning to fill up. There were no voices, however, and it struck me that there was something subtly furtive about the creaking. I did not like it, and debated whether I had better try to sleep at all. This town had some queer people, and there had undoubtedly been several disappearances. Was this one of those inns where travelers were slain for money? Surely I had no look of excessive property. Or were the townsfolk really so resentful about curious visitors? Had my obvious sightseeing with its frequent map consultations aroused unfavorable notice? It occurred to me that I must be in a highly nervous state to let a few random creakings set me off speculation in this fashion, but I regretted nonetheless that I was unarmed. At length, feeling a fatigue which had nothing of drowsiness in it, I bolted the newly outfitted hall door, turned off the light, and threw myself down on the hard, uneven bed, coat, collar, shoes, and all. In the darkness, every faint noise of the night seemed magnified, and a flood of doubly unpleasant thoughts swept over me. I was sorry I had put out the light, yet was too tired to rise and turn it on again. Then, after a long, dreary interval, and prefaced by a fresh creaking of the stairs and corridor, there came that soft, damnably unmistakable sound which seemed like a malign fulfillment of all my apprehensions. Without the least shadow of a doubt, the lock on my hall door was being tried, cautiously, furtively, tentatively, with a key. My sensations upon recognizing this sign of actual peril were perhaps less rather and more tumultuous because of my previous vague fears. I had been, albeit without definite reason, instinctively on my guard, and that was to my advantage in the new and real crisis, whatever it might turn out to be. Nevertheless, the change in the menace from vague premonition to immediate reality was a profound shock, and fell upon me with the force of a genuine blow. It never once occurred to me that the fumbling might be a mere mistake. Malign purpose was all I could think of, and I kept deathly quiet, awaiting the would-be intruder's next move. After a time, the cautious rattling ceased, and I heard the room to the north entered with a pass key. Then the lock on the connecting door to my room was softly tried. The bolt held, of course, and I heard the floor creak as the prowler left the room. After a moment, there came another soft rattling, and I knew that the room to the south of me was being entered. Again, a furtive trying of a bolted connecting door, and again a receding creaking. This time, the creaking went along the hall and down the stairs, so I knew that the prowler had realized the bolted connection of my doors and was giving up his attempt for a greater or lesser time, as the future would show. The readiness with which I fell into a plan of action proves that I must have been subconsciously fearing some menace and considering possible avenues of escape for hours. From the first, I felt that the unseen fumbler meant a danger not to be met or dealt with, but only to be fled from, as precipitately as possible. The one thing to do was to get out of that hotel alive as quickly as I could, and through some channel other than the front stairs and lobby. Rising softly and throwing my flashlight on the switch, I sought to light the bulb over my bed in order to choose and pocket some belongings for a swift, ballastless flight. Nothing, however, happened, and I saw that the power had been cut off. Clearly, some cryptic, evil movement was afoot on a large scale. Just what, I could not say. As I stood, pondering with my hand on the now useless switch, I heard a muffled creaking on the floor below, and I thought I could barely distinguish voices in conversation. Give me a moment while I go yell at my cat. Okay. We are at... Could barely distinguish voices in conversation. There we go. A moment later, I felt less sure that the deeper sounds were voices, since the apparent hoarse barkings and loose-syllabled croakings bore so little resemblance to recognized human speech. Then I thought, with renewed force, of what the factory inspector had heard in the night in this moldering and pestilential building. Having filled my pockets with the flashlight's aid, I put on my hat and tiptoed to the windows to consider chances of descent. Despite the state's safety regulations, there was no fire escape on this side of the hotel, and I saw that my windows commanded only a sheer 3-story drop to the cobbled courtyard. On the right and left, however, some ancient brick business blocks abutted on the hotel, their slant roofs coming up to a reasonable jumping distance from my 4th-story level. To reach either of these lines of buildings, I would have to be in a room 2 doors from my own, in one case on the north, and in the other case on the south, and my mind instantly set to work calculating what chances I had of making the transfer. I could not, I decided, risk an emergence into the corridor, where my footsteps would surely be heard, and where the difficulties of entering the desired room would be insuperable. My progress, if it was to be made at all, would have to be made through the less solidly built connecting doors of the rooms, the locks and bolts of which I would have to force violently, using my shoulder as a battering ram whenever they were set against me. This, I thought, would be possible owing to the rickety nature of the house and its fixtures, but I realized I could not do it noiselessly. I would have to count on sheer speed and the chance of getting to a window before any hostile forces became coordinated enough to open the right door toward me with a pass key. My own outer door I reinforced by pushing the bureau against it, little by little, in order to make a minimum of sound. I perceived that my chances were very slender and was fully prepared for any calamity. Even getting to another roof would not solve the problem, for there would then remain the task of reaching the ground and escaping from the town. One thing in my favor was the deserted and ruinous state of the abutted buildings, and the number of skylights gaping blackly open in each row. Gathering from the grocery boy's map that the best route out of town was southward, I glanced first at the connecting door on the south side of the room. It was designated to open in my direction, hence I saw, after drawing the bolt and finding other fastenings in place, it was not a favorable one for forcing. Accordingly, abandoning it as a route, I cautiously moved the bedstead against it to hamper any attack which might be made on it later from the next room. The door in the north was hung to open away from me, and this, though a test proved it to be locked or bolted from the other side, I knew must be my route. If I could gain the roofs of the buildings in Payne Street and descend successfully to the ground level, I might perhaps dart through the courtyard of the adjacent or opposite buildings to Washington or Bates, or else emerge in Payne and edge around southward to Washington. In any case, I would aim to strike Washington somehow, and to quickly get out of Town Square region. My preference would be to avoid Payne, since the fire station there might be open all night. As I thought of these things, I looked out over the squalid sea of decaying roofs below me, now brightened by beams of a moon not much past full. On the right, the black gash of the river gorge clove the panorama, abandoned factories and railway station clinging barnacle-like to its sides. Beyond it, the rusted railway and the Rowley Road led off through the flat, marshy terrain dotted with islets of higher and drier scrub-grown land. On the left, the creek-threaded countryside was nearer, the narrow road to Ipswich gleaming white in the moonlight. I could not see from my side of the hotel the southward route toward Arkham which I had determined to take. I was irresolutely speculating on whether I had better attack the northward door and on how I could least audibly manage it, when I noticed the vague noises underfoot had given place to a fresh and heavier creaking of the stairs. A waver of flickering light showed through my transom, and the boards of the corridor began to groan with a ponderous load. Muffled sounds of possible vocal origin approached, and at length a firm knock came at my outer door. For a moment, I simply held my breath and waited. Eternities seemed to elapse, and the nauseous, fishy odor of my environment seemed to mount suddenly and spectacularly. Then the knocking was repeated, continuously and with growing insistence. I knew that the time for action had come, and forthwith drew the bolt of the northward connecting door, bracing myself for the task of battering it open. The knocking waxed louder, and I hoped that its volume would cover the sound of my efforts. At last beginning my attempt, I lunged again and again at the thin paneling with my left shoulder, heedless of shock or pain. The door resisted even more than I had expected, but I did not give in. All the while the clamor at the outer door increased. Finally, the connecting door gave, but with such a crash that I knew those outside must have heard. Instantly, the outside knocking became a violent battering, while keys sounded ominously in the hall doors of the rooms on both sides of me. Rushing through the newly opened connection, I succeeded in bolting the northerly hall door before the lock can be turned, but even as I did so, I heard the hall door of the third room, the one from whose window I had hoped to reach the roof below, being tried with a pass key. For an instant I felt absolute despair, since my trapping in a chamber with no window egress seemed complete. A wave of almost abnormal horror swept over me, and invested with a terrible but unexplainable singularity the flashlight glimpsed dust prints made by the intruder who had lately tried my door from this room. Then, with a dazed automatism which persisted despite hopelessness, I made for the next connecting door, and performed the blind motion of pushing at it in an effort to get through, and, granting that fastenings might be as providentially intact as in this second room, bolt the whole door beyond before the lock could be turned from outside. Sheer fortunate chance gave me my reprieve, for the connecting door before me was not only unlocked, but actually ajar. In a second I was through, and had my right knee and shoulder against a hall door which was visibly opening inward. My pressure took the opener off guard, for the thing shut as I pushed, so that I could slip the well-conditioned bolt as I had done with the other door. As I gained this respite, I heard the battering at the two doors abate, while a confused clatter came from the connecting door I had shielded with the bedstead. Evidently, the bulk of my assailants had entered the southerly room and were massing in a lateral attack. But at the same moment, a passkey sounded in the next door to the north, and I knew that nearer peril was at hand. The northward connecting door was wide open, but there was no time to think about checking the already turning lock in the hall. All I could do was to shut and bolt the connecting door, as well as its mate on the opposite side, pushing a bedstead against the one and a bureau against the other, and moving a washstand in front of the hall door. I must, I saw, trust to such makeshift barriers to shield me till I could get out the window and on the roof of the Payne Street block. But even in this acute moment, my chief horror was something apart from the immediate weakness of my defenses. I was shuddering, because not one of my pursuers, despite some hideous pantings, gruntings, and subdued barkings at odd intervals, was uttering an unmuffled or intelligible vocal sound. As I moved the furniture and rushed toward the windows, I heard a frightful scurrying along the corridor toward the room north of me, and perceived that the southward battering had ceased. Plainly, most of my opponents were about to concentrate against the feeble connecting door which they knew must open directly on me. Outside, the moon played on the ridgepole of the block below, and I saw that the jump would be desperately hazardous because of the steep surface on which I must land. Surveying the conditions, I chose the more southerly of the two windows as my avenue of escape, planning to land on the inner slope of the roof and make for the nearest skylight. Once inside one of the decrepit brick structures, I would have to reckon with pursuit, but I hoped to descend and dodge in and out of yawning doorways along the shadowed courtyard, eventually getting to Washington Street and slipping out of town toward the south. The clatter at the northerly connecting door was now terrific, and I saw that the weak paneling was beginning to splinter. Obviously, the besiegers had brought some ponderous object to play as a battering ram. The bedstead, however, still held firm, so that I had at least a faint chance of making good my escape. As I opened the window, I noticed that it was flanked by heavy velour draperies suspended from a pole by brass rings, and also that there was a large projecting catch for the shutters on the exterior. Seeing a possible means of avoiding the dangerous jump, I yanked at the hangings and brought them down, pole and all, then quickly hooking two of the rings in the shutter catch and flinging the drapery outside. The heavy folds reached fully to the abutting roof, and I saw that the rings and catch would be likely to bear my weight. So, climbing out of the window and down the impoverished rope ladder, I left behind me forever the morbid and horror-infested fabric of the Gilman house. I landed safely on the loose slates of the steep roof and succeeded in gaining the gaping black skylight without a slip. Glancing up at the window I had left, I observed it was still dark, though far across the crumbling chimneys to the north I could see lights ominously blazing in the order of Dagon Hall, the Baptist Church, and the Congregational Church, which I recalled so shiveringly. There had seemed to be no one in the courtyard below, and I hoped there would be a chance to get away before the spreading of a general alarm. Flashing my pocket lamp into the skylight, I saw there were no steps down. The distance was slight, however, so I clambered over the brink and dropped, striking a dusty floor littering with crumbling boxes and barrels. The place was ghoulish looking, but I was past minding such impressions, and made at once for the staircase revealed by my flashlight. After a hasty glance at my watch, which showed the hour to be 2 a.m., the steps creaked, but seemed tolerably sound, and I raced down past a barn-like second story to the ground floor. The desolation was complete, and only echoes answered my footfalls. At length I reached the lower hall, at one end of which I saw a faint, luminous rectangle marking the ruined Payne Street doorway. Heading the other way, I found the back door also open, and darted out and down 5 stone steps to the grass-grown cobblestones of the courtyard. The moonbeams did not reach down here, but I could just see my way without using the flashlight. Some of the windows on the Gilman house side were faintly glowing, and I thought I heard confused sounds within. Walking softly over to the Washington Street side, I perceived several open doorways and chose the nearest as my route out. The hallway inside was black, and when I reached the opposite end, I saw that the street door was wedged immovably shut. Resolved to try another building, I groped my way back toward the courtyard, but stopped short when close to the doorway. For out of an opened door in the Gilman house, a large crowd of doubtful shapes was pouring. Lanterns bobbing in the darkness, and horrible croaking voices exchanging low cries in what was certainly not English. The figures moved uncertainly, and I realized to my relief that they did not know where I had gone. But for all that, they sent a shiver of horror through my frame. Their features were indistinguishable, but their crouching, shambling gait was abominably repellent. And worst of all, I perceived that one figure was strangely robed and unmistakably surmounted by a tall tiara of a design altogether too familiar. As the figures spread throughout the courtyard, I felt my fears increase. Suppose I could find no egress from this building on the street side. The fishy odor was detestable, and I wondered if I could stand it without fainting. Again, groping toward the street, I opened a door off the hall and came upon an empty room with closely shuttered but sashless windows. Fumbling in the rays of my flashlight, I found I could open the shutters, and in another moment had climbed outside and was carefully closing the aperture in its original manner. I was now in Washington Street, and for a moment saw no living thing nor any light save that of the moon. From several directions in the distance, however, I could hear the sound of hoarse voices, of footsteps, and of a curious kind of pattering which did not sound quite like footsteps. Plainly, I had no time to lose. The points of the compass were clear to me, and I was glad that all the streetlights were turned off, as is often the custom on strongly moonlit nights in unprosperous rural regions. Some of the sounds came from the south, yet I retained my design of escaping in that direction. There would, I knew, be plenty of deserted doorways to shelter me in case I met any person or group who looked like pursuers. I walked rapidly, softly, and close to the ruined houses. While hatless and disheveled after my arduous climb, I did not look especially noticeable, and stood a good chance of passing unheeded if forced to encounter any casual wayfarer. At Bates Street, I drew into a yawning vestibule while two shambling figures crossed in front of me, but was soon on my way again and approaching the open space where Elliott Street obliquely crosses Washington at the intersection of South. Though I had never seen this place, it had looked dangerous to me on the Grocery Youth's map, since the moonlight would have free play there. There was no use trying to evade it, for any alternative course would involve detours of possibly disastrous visibility and delaying effect. The only thing to do was to cross it boldly and openly, imitating the typical shamble of the Innsmouth folk as best I could, and trusting that no one, or at least no pursuer of mine, would be there. Just how fully the pursuit was organized, and indeed what its purpose might be, I could form no idea. There seemed to be unusual activity in the town, but I judged that the news of my escape from the Gilman house had not yet spread. I would, of course, soon have to shift from Washington to some other southward street, for that party from the hotel would doubtless be after me. I must have left dust prints in that last old building, revealing how I had gained the street. The open space was, as I expected, strongly moonlit, and I saw the remains of park-like iron-railed green in its center. Fortunately, no one was about, though the curious sort of buzz or roar seemed to be increasing in the direction of Town Square. South Street was very wide, leading directly down a slight declivity to the waterfront and commanding a long view out at sea, and I hoped that no one would be glancing up from it from afar as I crossed in the bright moonlight. And that's where we're going to be taking our break, as I noted here. Just before we get to the big chase, I'm going to drink some tea. Ah, good morning, Harker. I say as it is almost dinner time, my time. Also, I'm quickly going to plug my phone in because it is dying. There we go. Yeah, I couldn't use the corridor. I would surely be heard. Yeah, I better just smash my way through the door of the next two rooms. Listen, he's an architect, not, a spy or a genius of escaping silently. It repels the abdomen. Yeah, listen, reading Lovecraft is hard because he has big words that my mouth is not used to saying. And especially when I'm trying to go fast to keep the action up. Sometimes abominable becomes abdominal, and that's just how it is. Though I wonder if there is fan art of the abominable snowman where he just is super ripped and he's the abdominable snowman. I'm sure that's a thing someone has created. I'm loving the dappled light going on in the background. Oh, is it actually dappled? Oh, it is. It's because I have this window open here. And there's all these trees beside. It's looking... I'm a little dark in this light, but I don't feel like getting up to turn my what are they called? The like lights that I have that I use for videos, the like big bright lights. Because if they're on too long, they give me a headache. So I figure if we can go without, then that's preferable. It is spooky lighting. Has a moody vibe. I would go so far as to say that reading Lovecraft is unnecessarily hard. One might say, yeah. Honestly, as a writer and a reader and a teacher of literature, all of these things, someone coming from literature from all sides, I don't hate like overly descriptive kinds of writing. Buddy, are you stuck? Is your claw stuck? There you go. I don't mind reading it, and I don't mind, or I actually enjoy writing in that kind of style. Just because that's the sort of style that I prefer to write. Because I'm a poet first and a prose writer second. Which I think is, people who have read my prose writing can tell that I'm a poet first. But I kind of like it. Though I do think that it's also like obnoxious. But I don't think that it's necessarily hypocritical to see it as both beautiful and kind of a pain in the ass. I think that something can be both. If you haven't read him yet, check out Clark Ashton Smith. I think that is a name that keeps coming up in these streams. That has been suggested to me a lot, so I will definitely do that. Lovecraft Contemporary, who's even more descriptive. More descriptive than Lovecraft is a feat. That is impressive. I'm trying to think like who else was writing in like the 20s and 30s. I mean, I guess that's like modernism was happening then. So, and like honestly, if we're comparing Lovecraft to the modernists, I prefer Lovecraft. But I do like a lot of modernist writing. To be fair, like I don't like Hemingway, I will say that. But I like, you know, T.S. Eliot and Fitzgerald and, you know, all of the big ones. James Joyce was the other one that I was thinking of, who is maybe the most irritating in his writing style. But, you know, I get it. It is kind of obnoxious. And what makes it even worse, I think, almost, is that they were doing it on purpose. Like, that was the whole point of modernism, was like, let's make it weird and hard and, you know, sort of like stream of consciousness, which can be difficult to follow on purpose. Which is kind of a dick move from them, but, you know, art must happen, and it is what it is. Beautiful and a pain in the ass, but enough about Desmond. My little boy staring at me. Faulkner. I do like Faulkner. I like Faulkner a lot, actually. I really, really like a lot of those Southern Gothic writers. I mean, I know that Flannery O'Connor was a little bit later than Faulkner. She was writing in, what, like the 50s? I think? 40s and 50s? If I am remembering correctly. But Flannery O'Connor is so good and so funny and so, like, fierce. Like, all of her stories, because she mostly wrote short stories, all of her stories are so sharp and biting and clever. I love it so much. Her writing is perfect, and I love it. I will never ever stop singing the praises of Flannery O'Connor. Let's see. Fitzgerald wrote My Guide to Masculinity in Writing. He's, yeah. You know, Fitzgerald is... Well, all of them. I think all of the modernist, like capital M modernist writers... I mean, there's whole classes on modernism and some of the things that they did and some of the tropes. But many of the modernist writers had some issues with a lot of those kinds of things. They were all sort of bad dudes. Most of them. Yeah, most of the characteristics of Lovecraft's writing feel out of place in the 20th century. To me, he feels like a gothic author. It was certainly never as opaque as Turn the Screw or whatever. Yeah, I think that is probably true. I'm trying to think of, like, where I would maybe place him. Yeah, like, it's almost like a, almost sort of like a romantic style, because that's kind of what the romantics were known for, is that very, like, verbose writing, like in the mid to late 1800s. Lovecraft was born in the wrong generation, you know. In defense of Hemingway, his article on living in Paris on $1,000 a year is the best escapist fantasy I've ever read. So a lot of modernist writers had this, like, boys club. It wasn't all boys, though. I think, like, Gertrude Stein was there too. But there were just, like, all of these dudes who, I mean, it's like Midnight in Paris, I guess, is what I'm getting at, essentially. It's like, there's all of these, you know, artistic people who, like, hung out and had these clubs and were, like, relatively poor, most of them. Poor for, like, artists living in very expensive to live in places. A very, like, sort of bohemian kind of thing. And a lot of people romanticize that. I think that's where a lot of our ideas of, like, the tortured artist and the, you know, solitary writer who spends all their time, you know, like, drinking and smoking and writing, and that's all they do. I think that comes from the modernists. And I think that that's not good. Because it's not realistic or healthy. And I mean, some of it, I guess, also comes from, like, the romantics. Like, you have, you know, Thoreau, and, who didn't, you know, he supposedly lived on his own in the woods at Walden Pond, and just lived off the land, and it was great, but you forget that behind the scenes he had his mom take care of his, you know, like, she washed all his clothes and, like, took care of stuff while he was out living in the woods. All of these, like, fantasies of what it means to be an artist or a writer are exhausting in how fantastical they are, in that they are fantasies. This is something that I've been thinking a lot about over the past few days because of a script that I'm working on. Which is why I'm sort of ranting about it now. But yeah, his writing reads a lot like Frankenstein. Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. That's not something that I had thought of before, about, like, which sort of era, or what's the word that I'm looking for? Like genre, not genre, age of writing that he fit in, because I knew that he wasn't like the literary style of other modernist writers, even though he was writing alongside other modernist writers. But I sort of just chalked that up to Lovecraft not really writing literary fiction. But then also, who's to decide what things are literary and what things are not? You know, who decides what those genres are and which things get remembered by history and which things don't? These are all important questions to think about as students. Oh no, you've been put in the moderation bucket. Harker, I have messed with all these little bits, all the Streamlabs stuff, and yet still somehow it decides to be mean to people that I like. You called Joyce a fuckboy? Well, he is. You should not be in trouble for that. Desmond, can I help you? Robert Frost in the modern period too. Was he? I thought he was writing a little bit later than that. I thought that he was writing like in the... Oh no, this is going to reveal how little I remember about literature, because I didn't study literature. I thought Frost was writing in like the 40s and 50s. But that might be incorrect. Okay, let's see. Work. When was Birch's written? Let's just... Oh no, it was the teens and 20s, yeah, okay. That is totally incorrect. It is not the end of the stream, I'm sorry, we've just gotten off track. Apologies for that. We have 2 sections left, about 15 pages total. And I will get to them as soon as I can put my tea down again. You keep standing right where I want to put it, mister. I wonder how that's connected to Lovecraft's obsession with the past and his family's history. That is so interesting. Because I didn't study Lovecraft. I was friends with somebody who studied Lovecraft. Like, that was what they did. Like, their whole graduate focus was, like, gothic fiction, and horror fiction. And that's who actually got me into Lovecraft. And the reason why I did Lovecraft. Like, I consulted with him when I did my Lovecraft videos on YouTube. But I have not personally studied Lovecraft in an academic setting. All of it has been purely, you know, amateur and for my own interest. Because, like, something that I've talked about before is that, like, I didn't study literature. Like, I was an English major and I took literature classes, but that wasn't my focus. Whereas a lot of people and a lot of English programs are literature based. But I was lucky enough to go to schools where we had options, where you could focus on literature or you could focus on like TESOL, or teaching English as a second language, or teaching English to speakers of other languages, or rhetoric and writing. And for both undergrad and graduate education, I focused on the last of those, rhetoric and writing, because composition and argumentation and logic and, well, mostly the writing side and less of the rhetoric side, but that was my focus, was like, how do people write? Why do people write the way they do? How do people's brains work when they're writing? You know, how does what happens to our brains when we're writing, and how do we help teach people how to write better using what we know about how their brains work? That's what I studied. not literature. Because English, as an academic field of study, is very broad. Which is also a whole thing that I could talk about. But we are getting so off track. Which is fine. You know, we're allowed to chat. It's my stream. I can do what I want. I do want to go back to what the Grand Pigeon said, which is the worst sin of World War I is that it led to modernism, which is sarcasm. To be fair, World War I was horrific. Which the soldier poets that came out of World War I are some of the best and most evocative literature that I've ever read in my life. Go read some Siegfried Sassoon poems right now. But that being said, yes, the fact that modernism came out of the First World War is, I don't know, just interesting how all of those things, how everything affects everything else. I don't know, World War I literature is something that I've spent actually a lot of time studying. I haven't done a lot of literature stuff, but what I have done, most of it, is during World War I. Flailing tentacle in the window shadow. Is that Desmond's tail? Is that what's doing that, I wonder? Because he's up on his little cat tree right now. Back to Lovecraft, what's with all the fish? You know, he's just a paranoid little boy who lived on the coast and was afraid of the outside. And I think that all of that came together. I think for him, the ocean represented the outside world, because people come from the ocean. Like, ships bring people from the ocean. Anything can come from the ocean, from anywhere. And so I think the ocean for him just represented everything that could, like, the infinite possibility of the other, which freaked him out and scared him because, again, he was a coward. Siegfried Sassoon is amazing. Yes! World War I poets are my favorite. Also, a lot of them were very gay, and of course had to hide it because it was World War I, but in reading through a lot of the archival stuff that we've uncovered and collected, based on letters and things, like, World War I poets, just, my heart, their work is incredible, and how the, like, emotional and, like, sensual nature of their writing, and how, and the, like, visceral nature of it, is just really, really emotionally resonant, and I think that everyone should read it. Can you please be careful? Boy, thank you. Are you going to read stories associated with your first Lovecraft videos on YouTube? Yes, I have actually. We are currently reading The Shadow over Innsmouth, which I referenced, and then next week we're reading Call of Cthulhu, which of course, and then on Halloween we are going to be reading At the Mountains of Madness, which is also, like, the whole basis of my of that last Lovecraft video. So yes, to answer that question. So that's why you dislike Hemingway so much. Yeah. Yes. Also, it was the time period where people were exploring the deeper ocean and navigating the world. The world seemed endlessly vast, and the ocean was the heart of that, I think, for Lovecraft. Yes, that is true as well. Alright, I am going to get to these last sections, because if we don't, then I will just keep rambling about modernist authors and never actually finish the story. Okay. Let us see if I can remember where I stopped. Bright moonlight, I believe. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Section 4, Part 2 of Section 4. All right. My progress was unimpeded, and no fresh sound arose to hint that I had been spied. Glancing about me, I involuntarily let my pace slacken for a second to take in the sight of the sea, gorgeous in the burning moonlight at the street's end. Far out beyond the breakwater was the dim, dark line of Devil Reef, and as I glimpsed it, I could not help thinking of all the hideous legends I had heard in the last 34 hours. Legends which portrayed this ragged rock as a veritable gateway to realms of unfathomed horror and inconceivable abnormality. Then, without warning, I saw the intermittent flashes of light on the distant reef. They were definite and unmistakable, and awakened in my mind a blind horror beyond all rational proportion. My muscles tightened for panic flight, held in only by certain unconscious caution and half-hypnotic fascination. And to make matters worse, there now flashed forth from the lofty cupola of the Gilman house, which loomed up to the northeast behind me, a series of analogous, though differently spaced gleams, which could be nothing less than an answering signal. Controlling my muscles and realizing afresh how plainly visible I was, I resumed my brisker and feignedly shambling pace, though keeping my eyes on that hellish and ominous reef as long as the opening of South Street gave me a seaward view. What the whole proceeding meant, I could not imagine, unless it involved some strange rite connected with Devil Reef, or unless some party had landed from a ship on that sinister rock. I now bent to the left around that ruinous green, still gazing toward the ocean as it blazed in the spectral summer moonlight, and watching that cryptical flashing of those nameless, unexplainable beacons. It was then that the most horrible impression of all was borne in upon me, the impression which destroyed my last vestige of self-control and set me running frantically southward past the yawning black doorways and fishily staring windows of that deserted nightmare street. For at a closer glance, I saw that the moonlit waters between the reef and the shore were far from empty. They were alive with a teeming horde of shapes swimming inward toward the town, and even at my vast distance and in my single moment of perception, I could tell that the bobbing heads and flailing arms were alien and aberrant in a way scarcely to be expressed or consciously formulated. My frantic running ceased before I had covered a block, for at my left I began to hear something like the hue and cry of organized pursuit. There were footsteps and guttural sounds, and a rattling motor wheezed south along Federal Street. In a second, all my plans were utterly changed, for if the southward highway were blocked ahead of me, I must clearly find another egress from Innsmouth. I paused and drew into a gaping doorway, reflecting how lucky I was to have left the moonlit open space before these pursuers came down the parallel street. A second reflection was less comforting. Since the pursuit was down another street, it was plain that the party was not following me directly. It had not seen me, but was simply obeying a general plan of cutting off my escape. This, however, implied that all roads leading out of Innsmouth were similarly patrolled, for the denizens could not have known what route I intended to take. If this were so, I would have to make my retreat across country away from the road, but how could I do that in view of the marshy and creek-riddled nature of all surrounding region? For a moment, my brain reeled, both from sheer hopelessness and from a rapid increase in omnipresent fishy odor. Then I thought of the abandoned railway to Rowley, whose solid line of ballasted, weed-grown earth still stretched off to the northwest from the crumbling station on the edge of the river gorge. There was just a chance that the townsfolk would not think of that, since its briar-choked desertion made it half impassable and the unlikeliest of all avenues for a fugitive to choose. I had seen it clearly from my hotel window and knew how it lay. Most of its earlier length was uncomfortably visible from the Rowley Road and from high places in the town itself, but one could perhaps crawl inconspicuously through the undergrowth. At any rate, it would form my only chance of deliverance, and there was nothing to do but try it. Drawing inside the hall of my deserted shelter, I once more consulted the grocery boy's map with aid of my flashlight. The immediate problem was how to reach the ancient railway, and I now saw that the safest course was ahead to Babson Street, then west to Lafayette, there edging around, but not crossing, an open space homologous to the one I had traversed, and subsequently back northward and westward in a zigzagging line through Lafayette, Bates, Adams, and Bank Streets, the later skirting the river gorge, to the abandoned and dilapidated station I had seen from my window. My reason for going ahead to Babson was that I wished neither to recross the earlier open space nor to begin my westward course along a cross street as broad as south. Starting once more, I crossed the street to the right-hand side in order to edge around into Babson as inconspicuously as possible. Noises still continued in Federal Street, and as I glanced behind me, I thought I saw a gleam of light near the building through which I had escaped. Anxious to leave Washington Street, I broke into a quiet dog trot, trusting to luck not to encounter any observing eye. Next to the corner of Babson Street, I saw to my alarm that one of the houses was still inhabited, as attested by curtains at the window, but there were no lights within, and I passed it without disaster. In Babson Street, which crossed Federal and might thus reveal me to the searchers, I clung as closely as possible to the sagging, uneven buildings, twice pausing in a doorway at the noises behind me as they momentarily increased. The open space ahead shone wide and desolate under the moon, but my route would not force me to cross it. During my second pause, I began to detect a fresh distribution of the vague sounds, and upon looking cautiously out from cover, beheld a motor car darting across the open space, bound outward along Elliott Street, which there intersects both Babson and Lafayette. As I watched, choked by a sudden rise in the fishy odor after a short abatement, I saw a band of uncouth, crouching shapes loping and shambling in the same direction, and knew that this must be the party guarding the Ipswich Road, since that highway forms an extension of Elliott Street. Two of the figures I glimpsed were in voluminous robes, and one wore a peaked diadem which glistened whitely in the moonlight. The gait of this figure was so odd that it sent a chill through me, for it seemed this creature was almost hopping. When the last of the band was out of sight, I resumed my progress, darting around the corner into Lafayette Street, and crossing Elliott very hurriedly, lest stragglers of the party be still advancing along that thoroughfare. I did hear some croaking and clattering sounds far off toward Town Square, but accomplished the passage without disaster. My greatest dread was in recrossing broad and moonlit South Street, with its seaward view, and I had to nerve myself for the ordeal. Someone might easily be looking, and possible Elliott Street stragglers could not fail to glimpse me from either of 2 points. At the last moment, I decided I had better slacken my trot and make the crossing as before in the shambling gait of an average Innsmouth native. When the view of the water again opened out, this time on my right, I was half determined not to look at all. I could not, however, resist, but cast a sidelong glance as I carefully and imitatively shambled toward the protecting shadows ahead. There was no ship visible, as I had half expected there would be. Instead, the first thing which caught my eye was a small rowboat pulling in toward the abandoned wharves and laden with some bulky, tarpaulin-covered object. Its rowers, though distantly and indistinctly seen, were of an especially repellent aspect. Several swimmers were still discernible, while on the far black reef I could see a faint, steady glow, unlike the winking beacon visible before, and of a curious color which I could not precisely identify. Above the slant roofs ahead and to the right, there loomed the tall cupola of the Gilman house, but it was completely dark. The fishy odor, dispelled for a moment by some merciful breeze, now closed in again with maddening intensity. I had not quite crossed the street when I heard a muttering band advancing along Washington from the north. As they reached the broad open space where I had my first disquieting glimpse of the moonlit water, I could see them plainly, only a block away, and was horrified by the bestial abnormality of their faces and the dog-like subhumanness of their crouching gait. One man moved in a positively simian way, with long arms frequently touching the ground, while another figure, robed and tiaraed, seemed to progress in an almost hopping fashion. I judged this party to be the one I had seen in the Gilman's courtyard, the one, therefore, most closely on my trail. As some of the figures turned to look in my direction, I was transfixed with fright, yet managed to preserve the casual, shambling gait I had assumed. To this day, I do not know whether they saw me or not. If they did, my stratagem must have deceived them, for they passed on across the moonlit space without varying their course, meanwhile croaking and jabbering in some hateful, guttural patois I could not identify. Once more in shadow, I resumed my former dog trot past the leaning and decrepit houses that stared blankly into the night. Having crossed to the western sidewalk, I rounded the nearest corner into Bates Street, where I kept close to the buildings on the southern side. I passed 2 houses showing signs of habitation, one of which had faint lights and upper rooms, yet met with no obstacle. As I turned into Adams Street, I felt measurably safer, but received a shock when a man reeled out of a black doorway directly in front of me. He proved, however, too hopelessly drunk to be a menace, so that I reached the dismal ruins of the Bank Street warehouses in safety. No one was stirring in that dead street beside the river gorge, and the roar of the waterfalls quite drowned my footsteps. It was a long dog trot to the ruined station, and the great brick warehouse walls around me seemed somehow more terrifying than the fronts of private houses. At last I saw the ancient arcaded station, or what was left of it, and made directly for the tracks that started from its farther end. The rails were rusty but mainly intact, and not more than half the ties had rotted away. Walking or running on such a surface was very difficult, but I did my best, and on the whole made very fair time. For some distance the line kept along the gorge's brink, but at length I reached the long covered bridge where it crossed the chasm at a dizzy height. The condition of this bridge would determine my next step. If humanly possible, I would use it. If not, I would have to risk more street wandering and take the nearest intact highway bridge. The vast barn-like length of the old bridge gleamed spectrally in the moonlight, and I saw that the ties were safe for at least a few feet within. Entering, I began to use my flashlight and was almost knocked down by the cloud of bats that flapped past me. About halfway across, there was a perilous gap in the ties which I feared for a moment would halt me, but in the end I risked a desperate jump which fortunately succeeded. I was glad to see the moonlight again when I emerged from the macabre tunnel. The old tracks crossed River Street at a grade, and at once veered off into a region increasingly rural, and with less and less of Innsmouth's abhorrent fishy odor. Here the dense growth of weeds and briars hindered me, and cruelly tore my clothes, but I was none the less glad that they were there to give me the concealment in case of peril. I knew that much of my route must be visible from the Rowley Road. The marshy region began very shortly, with a single track on a low, grassy embankment, where the weedy growth was somewhat thinner. Then came a sort of island of higher ground, where the line passed through a shallow open cut choked with the bushes and brambles. I was very glad of this partial shelter, since at this point the Rowley Road was uncomfortably near, according to my window view. At the end of the cut, it would cut across the track and swerve off to a safer distance. But meanwhile I must be exceedingly careful. I was, by this time, thankfully certain that the railway itself was not being patrolled. Just before entering the cut, I glanced behind me, but saw no pursuer. The ancient spires and roofs of decaying Innsmouth gleamed lovely and ethereal in the magic yellow moonlight, and I thought of how they must have looked in the old days, before the shadow fell. Then, as my gaze circled inland from the town, something less tranquil arrested my notice and held me immobile for a second. What I saw, or fancied I saw, was a disturbing suggestion of undulant motion far to the south, a suggestion which made me conclude that a very large horde must be pouring out of the city along the level Ipswich road. The distance was great, and I could distinguish nothing in detail, but I did not at all like the look of that moving column. It undulated too much, and glistened too brightly in the rays of the now westering moon. There was a suggestion of sound, too, though the wind was blowing the other way, a suggestion of bestial scraping and bellowing even worse than the muttering of the parties I had lately overheard. All sorts of unpleasant conjectures crossed my mind. I thought of those very extreme Innsmouth types said to be hidden in crumbling, centuried warrens near the waterfront. I thought, too, of those nameless swimmers I had seen. Counting the parties so far glimpsed, as well as those presumably covering other roads, the number of my pursuers must be strangely large for a town as depopulated as Innsmouth. Whence could come the dense personnel of such a column as I now beheld? Did these ancient, unplumbed warrens teem with a twisted, uncatalogued, and unsuspected life? Or had some unseen ship indeed landed a legion of unknown outsiders on this hellish reef? Who were they? Why were they there? And if such a column of them was scouring the Ipswich road, would the patrols on the other roads be likewise augmented? I had entered the brush-grown cut and was struggling along at a very slow pace when that damnable fishy odor again waxed dominant. Had the wind suddenly changed eastward so that it blew in from the sea and over the town? It must have, I concluded, since I now began to hear shocking, guttural murmurs from that hitherto silent direction. There was another sound, too, a kind of wholesale colossal flopping or pattering, which somehow called up images of the most detestable sort. It made me think illogically of that unpleasantly undulating column on the far-off Ipswich road. And then both stench and sound grew stronger, so that I paused, shivering, and grateful for the cut's protection. It was here, I recalled, that the Rowley Road drew so close to the old railway before crossing westward and diverging. Something was coming along that road, and I must lie low till its passage and vanishment in the distance. Thank heavens these creatures employed no dogs for tracking, though perhaps that would have been impossible amidst the omnipresent regional odor. Crouched in the bushes of that sandy cleft, I felt reasonably safe, even though I knew the searchers would have to cross the track in front of me not much more than 100 yards away. I would be able to see them, but they could not, except by a malign miracle, see me. All at once, I began dreading to look at them as they passed. I saw the closed, moonlit space where they would surge by, and had curious thoughts about the irredeemable pollution of that space. They would perhaps be the worst of all Innsmouth types, something one would not care to remember. The stench waxed overpowering, and the noises swelled to a bestial babble of croaking, baying, and barking, without the least suggestion of human speech. Were these indeed the voices of my pursuers? Did they have dogs after all? So far I had seen none of the lower animals in Innsmouth. All that flopping or pattering was monstrous. I could not look upon the degenerate creatures responsible for it. I would keep my eyes shut till the sounds receded toward the west. The horde was very close now, the air foul with their hoarse snarlings, and the ground almost shaking with their alien-rhythmed footfalls. My breath nearly ceased to come, and I put every ounce of willpower into the task of holding my eyelids down. I am not even yet willing to say whether what followed was a hideous actuality or only a nightmare hallucination. The later action of the government, after my frantic appeals, would tend to confirm it as a monstrous truth, but could not a hallucination have been repeated under quasi-hypnotic spell of that ancient, haunted, and shadowed town? Such places have strange properties, and the legacy of insane legend might well have acted on more than one human imagination amidst those dead, stench-cursed streets and huddles of rotting roofs and crumbling steeples. Is it not possible that the germ of an actual contagious madness lurks in the depths of that shadow over Innsmouth? Hey, that's the name of the story. Who can be sure of the reality after hearing things like the tale of old Zadok Allen? The government men never found the poor Zadok, and they have no conjectures as to make as to what became of him. What does madness leave off and reality begin? Is it possible that even my latest fear is sheer delusion? But I must try to tell what I thought I saw that night under the mocking yellow moon, saw surging and hopping down Rowley Road in plain sight in front of me as I crouched amidst the wild brambles of that desolate railway cut. Of course, my resolution to keep my eyes shut had failed. It was foredoomed to failure, for who could crouch blindly while a legion of croaking, baying entities of unknown source flopped noisomely past, scarcely more than 100 yards away? I thought I was prepared for the worst, and I really ought to have been prepared considering what I'd seen before. My other pursuers had been accursedly abnormal, so should I not have been ready to face a strengthening of the abnormal element, to look upon forms in which there was no mixture of the normal at all? I did not open my eyes until the raucous clamor came loudly from a point obviously straight ahead. Then I knew that a long section of them must be plainly in sight, where the sides of the cut flattened out and the road crossed the track, and I could no longer keep myself from sampling whatever horror that leering yellow moon might have to show. It was the end. For whatever remains to me of life on the surface of this earth, of every vestige of mental peace and confidence in the integrity of nature and of the human mind. Nothing that I could have imagined, nothing even that I could have gathered had I credited old Zadok's crazy tale in that most literal way, would be in any way comparable to the demonic, blasphemous reality that I saw, or believe I saw. I've tried to hint what it was in order to postpone the horror of writing it down baldly. Can it be possible that this planet has actually spawned such things, that human eyes have truly seen as objective flesh what man has hitherto known only in febrile fantasy and tenuous legend? And yet I saw them in a limitless stream, flopping, hopping, croaking, bleeding, surging inhumanely through the spectral moonlight in a grotesque, malignant saraband of fantastic nightmare. And some of them had tall tiaras of that nameless whitish gold metal, and some were strangely robed. And one, who led the way, was clad in a ghoulishly humped black coat and striped trousers, and had a man's felt hat perched on the shapeless thing that answered for a head. I think their predominant color was grayish-green, though they had white bellies. They were mostly shiny and slippery, but the ridges of their backs were scaly. Their forms vaguely suggested the anthropoid, while their heads were the heads of fish, with prodigious bulging eyes that never closed. At the sides of their necks were palpitating gills, and their long paws were webbed. They hopped irregularly, sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes on 4. I was somehow glad that they had no more than 4 limbs. Their croaking, baying voices, clearly used for articulate speech, held all the dark shades of expression which their staring faces lacked. But for all their monstrousness, they were not unfamiliar to me. I knew too well what they must be, for was not the memory of that evil tiara at Newburyport still fresh? They were the blasphemous fish frogs of the nameless design, living and horrible. And as I saw them, I knew also of what that humped, tiara'd priest in the black church basement had so fearsomely reminded me. Their number was past guessing. It seemed to me that there were limitless swarms of them, and certainly my momentary glimpse could have shown only the least fraction. In another instant, everything was blotted out by a merciful fit of fainting, the first I had ever had. And that is the end of section 4 of Shadow over Innsmouth. We have just a tiny bit left, because it couldn't be a Lovecraft story without, you have the scariness and then you have the actual big twist, jump scare, gasp, reveal at the end. So we are waiting on that. Let's see. Gaslight keep godlessness. I like that. That's funny. Undulant movement are good words to go together. They are. I really like undulant as a it's a pleasant word in the mouth. Twisted, uncatalogued, and unsuspected life is a perfect description of the life of a cat. It is. This piano, I've been looking for this track. Oh no. Well, I have a... Let me actually... I'm gonna have to use my computer, so apologies for the out of focus and zoomed in depiction of my face that you are about to see, but I can put the link to the playlist that I use in the chat, so I'm gonna do that real quick. You can get a nice view of the earrings. There you you go. That is the link to the playlist. I can't actually hear which song is playing right now, or I would probably be able to tell you what it is. Or if it was even the song that... like if that is the... Because I don't look at chat while I'm reading, so I don't know when you sent it, and it's like a whole thing, but I have sent you the link so you can do the thing. Yes, fish earrings. They're very heavy. Harker, I don't think that you were here when I was talking about them earlier, but these are actual, I think, fish lures, so they're like metal. Though I guess if they're metal, they probably are not actual fish lures because they would sink. But they're very heavy. But you know, you don't get chances to wear fun earrings all the time, so I've got to take advantage of all of them as I can. All right. Let's see if there's any other... Shadow over Innsmouth is maybe my favorite because it's the one where the protagonist isn't just a bystander or learning it after the fact. Yeah. That's one of the things... Though I think maybe Mountains of Madness is also... like, also has an element of that, though... I mean, I guess sort of with the, like, the thing at the end... it really was like his friend who saw whatever. But Mountains of Madness I think is also good for that reason because it's like yes, I was on this expedition, I uncovered these things, I saw what happened. Whereas with things like, you know, Call of Cthulhu or Color Out of Space, it's like I went to this town and talked to these people, or I read this letter, or, you know. Which is interesting. And it's something actually that Harker and I have talked about, in which I think Harker, one of your upcoming videos, is going to talk about. Yes, is this style of literature where things are happening to other people and we're just sort of hearing about it secondhand. Or we're seeing those like primary documents where it's not necessarily someone, like we're not in someone's shoes, we are reading someone's firsthand account of whatever this thing was, and how that sort of lends kind of authenticity to the story. Mountains of Madness takes the cake for me. Elaborate narrative frames are a staple of the genre of Lovecraft is emulating, though. Yes. Yes, literature as reportage, the epistolary storytelling. Beautiful. A part of me wishes I could read a story from the cosmic POV, but putting that POV into words is sort of the opposite of what Lovecraft is. Yeah. And I wonder, I mean, is there... I'm trying to think if there even is, like, good fiction. Like, I don't know that you could have horror fiction from that perspective, because horror requires that, you know, you can't see everything, because if you see everything, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Which is just sort of like the staple of horror. But I wonder if there is other fiction that is from that point of view. Because, like, can you even have conflict? Or conflict is kind of the... I don't want to say, like, the thing that holds fiction together, but, like, conflict is one of those staples of fiction. So, like, can you even have conflict if you can see everything all at once? Bram Stoker's Dracula is probably best. Oh yes, Dracula, I believe, is going to be a huge part of this video from Harker. Neil Gaiman has a piece from Cthulhu, like from the perspective of Cthulhu. Oh. Listen, I need to read more Neil Gaiman. Gaiman? I don't ever know how it's pronounced. I pronounced it one way, and then someone else was like, no, that's incorrect, but now I don't remember which one was which. So, apologies for mispronouncing the name of that author. But yeah, no, I need to read more of his work because it keeps coming up in my life. It keeps popping up as related to the kinds of stuff that I like and the kinds of stuff that I talk about. So, Gaiman. Okay, thank you. The story would probably have a lot of dramatic irony where you'd be yelling at the characters because they're being dumb. Yeah. I think that's probably accurate. That's maybe where some of that conflict would come from. Is like conflict not necessarily between the characters, like between characters with other characters, or between the characters and, you know, the world of the story or the environment, but between the reader and the characters is kind of where that conflict would come from. That is an interesting thought. I'm trying to think if there's any fiction that I've read recently that fits that mold. I'm not sure that there is. I also don't read a lot of fiction. Which is maybe not, you know, an ideal thing for an English teacher. Is to not read very much, but fiction is just kind of exhausts my brain more than nonfiction does, I think. Which is interesting because as a child, all I read was fiction. I didn't understand why people would read nonfiction. And then something, like during college, I think, flipped. And fiction became like, it's too much for my brain to like... I think it's the like suspension of disbelief and becoming invested in characters is like takes more energy than just learning about things that actually happen in real life, which is kind of sad. Like, I wish that I read more fiction, but it's just hard for my brain. Which is sad. Second person perspective. Now, if you want a story in second person perspective, I recommend If on a Winter's Night a Traveler by Italo Calvino, who is a wonderful, wonderful writer. Absolutely incredible. His work is some of my favorite. It's so good. If on a Winter's Night a Traveler is kind of a novel. Kind of. But it's written in second person. He also has written a collection of short stories, kind of, called Invisible Cities, and some of those are written in second person as well. It's more like, so Invisible Cities is imagining like a collection of travel brochures for fictional cities. That's what that book is. And it's so beautiful. It's really wonderful. I highly recommend Italo Calvino. His work is weird, but it's really good. Which is sort of like my MO. Like, that's the kind of fiction that I lean towards, is like short, or like easy to consume in short sittings, and weird and beautiful. That's what I like. Yes, we have talked about that on past streams. That is true. Lovecraft story idea: writer creates fourth person POV, world goes mad. Or maybe just turns into a fish. Either way. Yeah, I can read about history for 12 hours, but more than 2 hours of fiction is tiring. Yeah, like, it took me like 4 days to get through Annihilation, which is a pretty short book. But I can read entire nonfiction books. Like, I read a few books for this video that's coming out tomorrow about puns. Like, I read whole relatively short, but whole nonfiction books about language and humor in a single day, like in a single sitting. And maybe that's because it's easier to skim, and you don't necessarily have to read every single thing, because I think nonfiction books are sort of meant to be taken in pieces. Like, you know, you don't read whole reference books. You just find the parts that you need, and then that's it. But yeah, like I feel that 100%. Apparently Cloud Atlas reads like a Calvino novel, but a sci-fi that's all about love. I have never watched Cloud Atlas or read Cloud Atlas. I don't know anything about. I mean, I know the like conceit of Cloud Atlas, but so if it is good, then I might have to check it out. Nonfiction is clearly written to a lower reading level. Yeah. I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing. And yeah, fiction requires immersion. Goodness. Alright. We just have one short section left, but because I have been chugging tea all day, I kind of have to pee. So I'm going to run and do that, and I will be back very shortly. Let me go ahead and put this on. Be right back. Alright. Transition. I will be back very shortly. Alright, I am back. Both cats have decided to join us. It is also very dark. Look how dark. You can't even see my face. Would that help? A little bit. Okay. Alright. It was neither about clouds nor an atlas. I wonder... Well, that's a whole other thing, but... Desmond, please. Stop eating the cardboard. These cats are going to be the death of me. So they get dinner every day at like 3. But for some reason... Stop it! Des! They're acting like they're starving, even though we fed them. I don't understand what the deal is. They're so bad all the time. Because they always act like they're hungry, my husband and I always joke that we never feed them. So like sometimes if they're like meowing and crying, we say, oh, you know, we better feed them this week. We didn't feed them last week, so they're probably, you know. And I feel like, you know, whatever NSA agent is spying on us probably thinks that we're horrible pet parents. But it is what it is. What do you think, Des? Hi, boy. Hi. Okay. Let us begin the final section. Only 6 pages, so you know it's going to be just absolutely saturated is the word I was looking for. Saturated with scares and reveals and twists and turns. Let us begin this final section of The Shadow over Innsmouth. Our speaker, as we remember, has just passed out after seeing this parade of fish people. So let us see where we find him. It was a gentle daylight rain that awakened me from my stupor in the brush-grown railway cut, and when I staggered out to the roadway ahead, I saw no trace of any prints in the fresh mud. The fishy odor, too, was gone. Innsmouth's ruined roofs and toppling steeples loomed up grayly toward the southeast, but not a living creature did I spy in all the desolate salt marshes around. My watch was still going, and told me that the hour was past noon. The reality of what I had been through was highly uncertain in my mind, but I felt that something hideous lay in the background. I must get away from evil-shadowed Innsmouth, and accordingly I began to test my cramped, wearied powers of locomotion. Despite weakness, hunger, horror, and bewilderment, I found myself after a time able to walk, so started slowly along the muddy road to Rowley. Before evening I was in the village, getting a meal, and providing myself with presentable clothes. I caught the night train to Arkham, and the next day talked long and earnestly with government officials there, a process I later repeated in Boston. With the main result of these colloquies, the public is now familiar, and I wish, for normality's sake, that there were nothing more to tell. Perhaps it is madness that is overtaking me, yet perhaps a greater horror or a greater marvel is reaching out. As may well be imagined, I gave up most of the foreplanned features of the rest of my tour, the scenic, architectural, and antiquarian diversions on which I had counted so heavily. Nor did I dare look for that piece of strange jewelry said to be in the Miskatonic University Museum. I did, however, improve my stay in Arkham by collecting some genealogical notes I had long wished to possess. Very rough and hasty data, it's true, but capable of good later on, when I might have time to collate and codify them. The curator of the Historical Society there, Mr. E. Lapham Peabody, was very courteous about assisting me, and expressed unusual interest when I told him I was a grandson of Eliza Orne of Arkham, who was born in 1867 and had married James Williamson of Ohio at the age of 17. It seemed that a maternal uncle of mine had been there many years before on a quest much like my own, and that my grandmother's family was a topic of some local curiosity. There had, Mr. Peabody said, been considerable discussion about the marriage of her father, Benjamin Orne, just after the Civil War, since the ancestry of the bride was particularly puzzling. That bride was understood to have been an orphaned Marsh of New Hampshire, a cousin of the Essex County Marshes, but her education had been in France and she knew very little of her family. A guardian had deposited funds in a Boston bank to maintain her and her French governess, but that guardian's name was unfamiliar to Arkham people. If you can hear that, that is Charlie playing with a toy across the room. The Frenchwoman, now long dead, was very taciturn, and there were those who said she could have told more than she did. But the most baffling thing was the inability of anyone to place the recorded parents of the young woman, Enoch and Lydia Marsh, among the known families of New Hampshire. Possibly, many suggested she was the natural daughter of some Marsh prominence. She certainly had the true Marsh eyes. Most of the puzzling was done after her early death, which took place at the birth of my grandmother, her only child. Having formed some disagreeable impressions connected with the name of Marsh, I did not welcome the news that it belonged on my own ancestral tree, nor was I pleased by Mr. Peabody's suggestion that I had the true Marsh eyes myself. However, I was grateful for data which I knew would prove valuable, and took copious notes and lists of book references regarding the well-documented Orne family. I went directly home to Toledo from Boston, and later spent a month at the Mommy recuperating from my ordeal. In September, I entered Oberlin for my final year, and from then till next June was busy with studies and other wholesome activities, reminded of the bygone terror only by occasional official visits from government men in connection with the campaign which my pleas and evidence had started. Around the middle of July, just a year after the Innsmouth experience, I spent a week with my late mother's family in Cleveland, checking some of my new genealogical data with the various notes, traditions, and bits of heirloom material in existence there, and seeing what kind of connected charts I could construct. I did not exactly relish this task, for the atmosphere of the Williamson home had always depressed me. There was a strain of morbidity there, and my mother had never encountered my visiting her parents as a child, although she always welcomed her father when he came to Toledo. My Arkham-born grandmother had seemed strange and almost terrifying to me, and I do not think I grieved when she disappeared. I was 8 years old then, and it was said that she had wandered off in grief after the suicide of my uncle Douglas, her eldest son. He had shot himself after a trip to New England, the same trip, no doubt, which had caused him to be recalled at the Arkham Historical Society. This uncle had resembled her, and I had never liked him either. Something about the staring, unwinking expression of both of them had given me a vague, unaccountable uneasiness. My mother and Uncle Walter had not looked like that. They were like their father, though poor little cousin Lawrence, Walter's son, had been an almost perfect duplicate of his grandmother before his condition took him to the permanent seclusion of a sanitarium at Canton. I had not seen him in 4 years, but my uncle once implied that his state, both mental and physical, was very bad. This worry had probably been a major cause of his mother's death 2 years before. My grandmother and his widowed son Walter now comprised the Cleveland household, but the memory of older times hung thickly over it. I still disliked the place, and tried to get my researches done as quickly as possible. Williamson records and traditions were supplied in abundance by my grandfather, though for Orne material I had to depend on my Uncle Walter, who put at my disposal the contents of all his files, including notes, letters, cuttings, heirlooms, photographs, and miniatures. It was in going over the letters and pictures on the Orne side that I began to acquire a kind of terror of my own ancestry. As I've said, my grandmother and Uncle Douglas had always disturbed me. Now, years after their passing, I gazed at their pictured faces with a measurably heightened feeling of repulsion and alienation. I could not at first understand the change, but gradually a horrible sort of comparison began to obtrude itself upon my conscious mind, despite the steady refusal of my consciousness to admit even the least suspicion of it. We're reaching the end of what my brain can handle today, it seems. It was clear that the typical expression of these faces now suggested something it had not suggested before, something which would bring stark panic if too openly thought of. But the worst shock came when my uncle showed me the Orne jewelry in a downtown safe deposit vault. Some of the items were delicate and inspiring enough, but there was one box of strange old pieces descended from my mysterious great-grandfather, which my uncle was almost reluctant to produce. They were, he said, a very grotesque and almost repulsive design, and had never, to his knowledge, been publicly worn, though my grandmother used to enjoy looking at them. Vague legends of bad luck clustered around them, and my great-grandmother's French governess had said they ought not be worn in New England, though it would be quite safe to wear them in Europe. As my uncle began slowly and grudgingly to unwrap the things, he urged me not to be shocked by the strangeness and frequent hideousness of the designs. Artists and archaeologists who had seen them pronounced the workmanship superlatively and exotically exquisite, though none seemed able to define their exact material or assign them to any specific art tradition. There were 2 armlets, a tiara, and a kind of pectoral, the latter having in high relief certain figures of almost unbearable extravagance. During this description I have kept a tight rein on my emotions, but my face must have betrayed my mounting fears. My uncle looked concerned, and paused in his unwrapping to study my countenance. I motioned to him to continue, which he did with renewed signs of reluctance. He seemed to expect some demonstration when the first piece, the tiara, became visible, but I doubt if he expected quite what actually happened. I did not expect it either, for I thought I was thoroughly forewarned regarding what the jewelry would turn out to be. What I did was to faint slightly away, just as I had done in that briar-choked railway cut a year before. From that day on, my life has been a nightmare of brooding and apprehension, nor do I know how much is hideous truth and how much is madness. My great-grandmother had been a Marsh, of unknown source, whose husband lived in Arkham. And did not old Zadok say the daughter of Obed Marsh by a monstrous mother was married to an Arkham man through a trick? What was it the ancient toper had muttered about the likeness of my eyes to Captain Obed's? In Arkham, too, the curator had told me I had the true Marsh eyes. Was Obed Marsh my own great-great-grandfather? Who, or what, then, was my great-great-grandmother? But perhaps this was all madness. Those whitish gold ornaments might easily have been bought by some Innsmouth sailor by the father of my great-grandmother, whoever he was, and that look in the staring-eyed face of my grandmother and self-slain uncle might be sheer fancy on my part. Sheer fancy, bolstered up by the Innsmouth shadow which had so darkly colored my imagination. But why had my uncle killed himself after an ancestral quest in New England? For more than 2 years, I fought off these reflections with partial success. My father secured me a place in an insurance office, and I buried myself in routine as deeply as possible. In the winter of 1930-31, however, the dreams began. They were very sparse and insidious at first, but increased in frequency and vividness as the weeks went by. Great, watery spaces opened out before me, and I seemed to wander through titanic sunken porticos and labyrinths of weedy cyclopean walls with grotesque fishes as my companions. Then the other shapes began to appear, filling me with nameless horror the moment I awoke. But during the dreams they did not horrify me at all. I was one with them, wearing their unhuman trappings, treading their aqueous ways, and praying monstrously at their evil sea-bottom temples. There was much more than I could remember, but even what I did remember each morning would be enough to stamp me as a madman or genius if I ever dared write it down. Some frightful influence, I felt, was seeking gradually to drag me out of the sane world of wholesome life into unnameable abysses of blackness and alienage, and the process told heavily on me. My health and appearance grew steadily worse, till finally I was forced to give up my position and adopt the static, secluded life of an invalid. Some odd nervous affliction had me in its grip, and I found myself at times almost unable to shut my eyes. It was then that I began to study the mirror with mounting alarm. The slow ravages of disease are not pleasant to watch, but in my case there was something subtler and more puzzling in the background. My father seemed to notice it too, for he began looking at me curiously and almost affrightedly. What was taking place in me? Could it be that I was coming to resemble my grandmother and Uncle Douglas? One night, I had a frightful dream in which I met my grandmother under the sea. She lived in a phosphorescent palace of many terraces, with gardens of strange leprous corals and grotesque brachiate efflorences, and welcomed me with a warmth that may have been sardonic. She had changed, as those who take to the water change, and she told me she had never died. Instead, she had gone to a spot her dead son had learned about, and had lapsed to a realm whose wonders, destined for him as well, he had spurned with a smoking pistol. This was to be my realm, too. I could not escape it. I would never die, but would live with those who had lived since before man ever walked the earth. I met also that which had been her grandmother. For 80,000 years, Pythiali had lived in Yanathli, and thither she had gone back after Obed Marsh was dead. Yahanathli was not destroyed when the upper earth men shot death into the sea. It was hurt, but not destroyed. The deep ones could never be destroyed, even though the Pelagian magic of the forgotten old ones might sometimes check them. For the present, they would rest, but someday, if they remembered, they would rise again for the tribute great Cthulhu craved. It would be a city greater than Innsmouth next time. They had planned to spread, and had brought up that which would help them, but now they must wait once more. For bringing the upper earth men's death, I must do a penance, but that would not be heavy. This was the dream in which I saw a Shoggoth for the first time, and the sight sent me awake in a frenzy of screaming. That morning, the mirror definitely told me I had acquired the Innsmouth look. So far, I have not shot myself as my Uncle Douglas did. I bought an automatic and almost took the step, but certain dreams deterred me. The tense extremes of horror are lessening, and I feel queerly drawn toward the unknown sea depths instead of fearing them. I hear and do strange things in sleep, and awake with a kind of exultation instead of terror. I do not believe I need to wait for the full change, as most have waited. If I did, my father probably would have shut me up in a sanitarium as my poor little cousin is shut up. Stupendous and unheard of splendors await me below, and I shall seek them soon. No, I shall not shoot myself. I cannot be made to shoot myself. I shall plan my cousin's escape from that Canton madhouse, and together we shall go to marvel-shadowed Innsmouth. We shall swim out to that brooding reef in the sea, and dive down through black abysses to Cyclopean and many-columned Yahanathli, and in that lair of the deep ones we shall dwell amidst wonder and glory forever. And that, my friends, is Shadow over Innsmouth. Thoughts? So, can I help you, Charles? Yeah, so I went to this marsh town and it smelled like fish and the people were funny looking. I talked to this drunk guy, and after he drank an entire bottle, he told me all how these other fishermen a long way away were killed because they're more successful than their neighbors. Yeah, everything is totally normal in this story. So, one of my... complaint is a strong word. One of the things that always felt kind of off about this story is that the last section felt really disconnected from the rest of it. Where, like, it's this whole story that takes place in just, like, 24 hours, or, like, 36 hours, really. And, you know, it's all very exciting, and every moment is captured in this story. And then it's like the last section is like an epilogue. It feels very disconnected. And I think that that's something that always was kind of like iffy about this story for me. I really like the story, and I think that it's a great story, and I understand why it's like one of the big Lovecraft tales. But there was always something kind of off about it. I didn't love the structure of it, and I'm always kind of interested in why he decided to structure it that way. I don't know. Yeah, I was just thinking that a whole lot. Then out of nowhere it says, oh, and I'm a fish person also. Woo! So Harker says, I kind of like the disconnection. Care to expand on that? Gosh, I'm doing the teacher thing where I'm like, Harker, that's a wonderful idea. Can you talk us through that a little bit? I'm not gonna read this little shanty, but I like it. Eeyore. Let's see, Head Fanatic says, and it doesn't really make sense why his tone and perspective changes within the same breath. Yeah, I mean, I think for some of that, it is maybe him saying, like, oh, and look how easy, you know, like, it can be quick because, I don't know. I'm sure there's a reason for it. Probably. I know Lovecraft did a lot of writing about his writing. And that's where a lot of people get some of the, like, extra mythos stuff that isn't actually explicated in the text itself, as well as some of the pronunciations and things. I know he's outlined in, like, letters and things to people, so there might be some of that in there. I haven't read any of it because I don't really care about it. Death of the author and all that, you know, I think the stories should speak for themselves. Alright, so from the way that trauma hits, you have this full and vibrant experience of the moment, and the years pass in a blur afterwards. Ooh. Okay, so if we're looking at it from the perspective of... Like, if we look at it, as far as how, like, trauma is processed, it's very much, like, the moment that this trauma happens is very, like, clear, and everything is, like, you know, I remember every moment of it, and then everything else is kind of a blur. That makes sense. I do like that. You may have convinced me. Though I think that I'm easily convinced for things like this. Maybe if there was some lead up, like he was looking into his family history or recognized the jewelry before. Yes, I agree. Presumed Chief 09. I do think that there isn't quite as much foreshadowing as far as, like, his personal connection to the Innsmouth folk. I think more of that would maybe help it connect a little bit more. But, I mean, would it take away from that twist, do you think? I don't know. I'm not very good at writing, like, mystery things or that kind of horror where there's twists and reveals and stuff. I'm not very good at that, so I don't really know how that works. Final chapter being more of an epilogue. The doomed conclusion is irrelevant. The damage is done and what comes after is just waiting for the end. That's really interesting too. Man, all of you guys are so smart. And so, I like the way that your brains work. I kind of like how the tonal shift mirrors his rather sudden change / descent. I do think it could be set up better in both stories. The King in Yellow I think is really good, and it inspired so much of Lovecraft's work. I think it's superior. So, the King in Yellow. Let's see. You guys can hang out together there. So, the King in Yellow, I have a very complicated relationship with, because it has been suggested to me ever since I started my channel, where everybody's like, oh, you read Lovecraft, and you talk about Lovecraft, can you also talk about, you know, the King in Yellow? And the thing is, The King in Yellow is, I think, not as good. And I think part of the reason for that is because as racist as H.P. Lovecraft is, and as xenophobic and cowardly as Lovecraft is, I think that Robert Chambers is worse. Because I think that a lot of Lovecraft's garbage comes from, like, I don't know, his writing is much more, like, fearful of the other, whereas the writing in The King in Yellow is just evil and malicious in a much, like it's just outwardly evil and dark, and I don't like that. Like in one of the stories, I think it's maybe the first one, where, yeah, so in the first story in The King in Yellow, it's like, so this was written in what, like the 1890s, I think, and it's about a future kind of utopia, essentially, in the 1920s, and he's talking about what this utopia looks like, and he straight up says, like, all of the people of color, and of course he doesn't use the term people of color, all of the people of color were either kicked out or, like, put into camps or just killed. So it's a utopia. And, like, I understand that this was written, you know, almost 150 years ago, but, like, it, like, there's this, you know, visceral, like, there is so much other better writing and better horror writing that doesn't rest on these kinds of things. Like, in the rest of his story, it didn't even need that. It didn't have to be set up in this, like, utopia. I think he just set it in this utopia so that he wouldn't have to deal with, like, other conflicts arising. Anyway, that's what I think about The King in Yellow. I like the idea, though. Like, there are some... The central conceit is that there's this book, what is it, a play, I think? Called The King in Yellow. And that if you read it, you instantly, like, become enamored with this cult, essentially. And you, like, that's it. Like, your brain is gone if you read this play. And I think that's really interesting. And how it warps your perception of reality when you read that, and it's really interesting. But I think you can have a lot of those interesting things without a lot of the garbage. Which I think is true for Lovecraft stuff to some extent as well. It's just that I think the garbage isn't quite as pervasive in Lovecraft's work as it is in The King in Yellow. That's my soapbox spiel about that. But Skull needs glasses and a top hat. Yeah, probably. Oof. Yeah, just looking it up earlier in the chat, Harker, if we read it allegorically for Lovecraft's deeply racist views on bloodlines, unpacking the trauma of discovering that you're not Caucasian. Yeah, that's definitely a reading of this. To be fair, when's the Zoe B. horror novel coming out? Which story was it that he described his future as utopia? The first one, I believe. I will get back to the Zoe B. horror thing. So I'll read you just a tiny bit of The King in Yellow. It is also... what's the word I'm looking for? Free, but public domain. Toward the end of the year of 1920, the government of the United States had practically completed the program adopted during the last months of President Winthrop's administration. The country was apparently tranquil. Everybody knows how the tariff and labor questions were settled, the war with Germany, etc., etc. Everything was great. The country was in a superb state of defense. Every city was supplied with land fortifications, etc., etc. Their college was great. Everybody was getting educated. The nation was prosperous. The nation was prosperous. Chicago, for a moment paralyzed after a second Great Fire, had risen from its ruins, white and imperial, and more beautiful than the white city which had been built for its plaything in 1893. You know, and maybe you could argue that's, you know, they're talking about, like, architecturally white. We had profited well by the latest treaties with France and England. The exclusion of foreign-born Jews as a measure of self-preservation, the settlement of the new independent state of Swanee for people of color. Again, he doesn't use that word, so I'm not going to repeat it. The checking of immigration, the new laws concerning naturalization, and the gradual centralization of power in the executive all contributed to a national calm and prosperity. Yeah, so, like, we don't let foreigners in. Everybody's been segregated off into their own little city so that we can have our perfect little white cities. And also it's a, like, dictatorship. That's his idea of everything was prosperous and great. And it's not relevant to the story at all. So, because I think the first one is about the guy where they have the, like, right, the Repairer of Reputations is that first story. Alright, everything is good, and so they have a, like, publicly funded, lethal chamber, where you can go if you wish, and they will oblige you. And that's the whole thing. So, like, I don't know why it's necessary that all of that historical stuff be talked about. It's not actually a part of the plot at all in any relevant way, I believe. I would fucking love to co-author a horror story with Zoe. I mean, you know, I'm here for it. Yeah, I remember the lethal chamber and suicide being legal. Yeah. That is. And, like, these stories are interesting, and obviously, like, this guy is dead and in the public domain. So, if you want to check the stories out, do it. Just know that they are vile. And the horror, I think, isn't even, like, it's fine. But there's better horror. I would read it more for the, like, historical importance in that he inspired a lot of Lovecraft's writing. But Zoe B. horror novel coming out. I am actually working on a novel, slowly but surely, in between, you know, this stuff. Because I have a lot on my plate for this month and next month. But, I don't know that I would call it a horror novel. And I'm not going to talk too much about it because it's still very early. But I will say that there is a project that I'm working on that does involve spooky, eerie stuff, as well as some other themes and things that I've talked about on my channel before. So there's that. But again, long ways off. Still sort of very much in its infancy. So nothing to get too excited about. But hopefully that answers that question. It doesn't answer it at all, but public domain, let's just rewrite them and make the King in Yellow a Netflix series folks watch. not a play. Ooh, like a modernized King in Yellow. I like that a lot. Yeah, there's... I'm working on a novel. Maybe the last 5 years was almost nothing to show for it. That's alright. You know, I mean, there are writers who didn't begin their writing journey until very late in their lives. I mean, not even, like, very late, but, like, you know. You don't have to write things as a young person. You can, you know, I mean, in even other careers, you know, there are lots of actors who didn't begin, like, famous, incredible actors who didn't begin acting until, like, their 50s. It is never too late to start. And, you know, I mean, there's something to be said for starting late. And what that can do for your writing style and how that can help. So it's not always a bad thing. In fact, I would say it's often not a bad thing. Still more focused on the research than the actual writing. Yeah, that's and especially with writing like these, working on these YouTube videos, the research is really the thing that takes the most time. And like even once you start writing, you sometimes realize that you need to do more research, or you know, you need to flesh something out. And so the research takes so long. It's exhausting. How long did Frank Herbert take before he started Dune? He researched it for ages, if I remember correctly. I don't have the answer to that question, partially because I did not read Dune. Because Dune scares me. And I feel like it's one of those things, kind of like Infinite Jest, to be fair. One of those things that people read just to like say that they've read it. Like, I don't know if it's actually that good. Is it that good? I don't know. I don't mean to disparage a book that I haven't read, but it just has that vibe to me, you know? Yeah, I have to stop all the time. I'm hundreds of hours into research and I'm scared I will drown in it. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta take a step back and just breathe away from it. Wheel of Time and Dune are nerd homeworks that I've been avoiding. I've heard that Wheel of Time is really, really good. And I feel like it's different because Wheel of Time, as far as I'm aware, because I also have not read it, it's much more like popular fiction, whereas Dune is like dense sci-fi. Ugh. Whereas I thought Wheel of Time was much more like popular, sort of easy reading fiction. I read Dune, it's worth reading in the vein of Lord of the Rings. Ugh. That's not fair. Harker, you're gonna make me read all of these books. Damn it. I do all of my writing on my D&D campaign, but I'm unsure if that really improves my writing skills. It's improved my storytelling skills, though. That's good! Listen, all writing is good writing, and being a writer and being a DM are very similar. Just like being a teacher and being a DM. It's all related. I mean, the only difference I think to writing is that you don't have like direct interaction with your readers in the way that you do your players or your students. But I think that it's also a healthy way of looking at writing, because a lot of authors want to be very controlling and very much like, I am the writer. I have to, you know, my interpretation and my meaning is the only thing that matters. Whereas if you look at writing from the perspective of a teacher or of a dungeon master or game master, it's more about what the other people can get out of it, which I think is a much better way of looking at writing, because that's my position as far as like literary interpretation and stuff, is that author, once you've written a thing, get your hands off of it. Don't even touch it. Don't even think about it or talk about it. It is gone and in the hands of everyone else. June is also incredibly hard to read. Yeah. It's the English teacher in me coming out. Well, it sucks. I don't want to have to read all these things, but I feel like I have to now. I mean, I'm sure that I would like them. It's just... oof. The number of things that I have read just because I feel like I have to in order to be, like, taken seriously is a lot of things. Same with, like, movies. A lot of movies that I've watched just because it's like, this is one of the classics. I feel like I have to watch it. Like 2001: A Space Odyssey, didn't really love it. I don't think it's... I mean, I understand that it's very important to cinema, but it's not like... it's a, like, watch once or twice ever kind of movie for me. I don't need you to sniff the cup, honey. Forget Dune, let's all read the Silmarillion. Hell yeah, that's something I can get behind. Silmarillion is great. Do I have it here? I do. Right here. Right next to Infinite Jest. Between Infinite Jest and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is my copy of Silmarillion. I find Dune pretty dry, TBH. The plot's pretty good, but I don't feel a connection to the characters. Kind of like Asimov's Foundation trilogy. I've heard that that is also really good. I want my characters to have emotional, visceral reactions to things. Yeah. Oh. Oh, even better. Let's bring in some of this. There we go. That's... oh, but he's kind of hidden by the... there we go. Alright. Character over plot, 100%. Do you organize your books by color just because it makes them easy to find and looks nice, or is it partially to piss off fundamentalists? Neither of those, but both of those are, like, sort of reasons. I mean, I guess it is mostly because it looks nice. So, the books... so I've never organized them like this before I started doing YouTube stuff. I did it for YouTube stuff just because I thought it would look nice, and I wanted something that looked nice as my backdrop. But all of these books that I have here are books that I have read, or at least plan to read. You know, I didn't buy them just because they were a certain color or whatever. But I do kind of like... this sounds so bad, but I do kind of like that it upsets people because... like, why? Why would it upset you? But also, behind this couch, because this bookshelf continues down, I do have all of my other books. And they are organized actually by genre, and then by topic, or like sort of by topic, and then by author last name. Just because of the way that I do, or the reason that I do reading is for video projects, video essays, and so it helps to know, like, okay, these are all of my books about pedagogy, these are all of my books about creative writing, these are all of my books about, you know, food, and that just, it helps me keep track of things to see them all in one place. But I mean, some of these books here I've also used for video essays, like this one, the Dictionary of Cultural Literacy, as you can see, has a little post-it note in here because I'm using this for a project that will be coming out in January. It's a very big project. As well as this one, Crosstalk in Composition Theory, which is one of my favorite textbooks. I love it so much. This was like the textbook for all of my studies in undergrad and graduate school. What else? Moral Politics I'm going to be using. Punished by Rewards, which was like the book that was the backbone of my grading video, is right here beside the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. What else? I don't know, I have some like textbooks here. Ooh. That's about it, I guess. But yeah, so like all of these are books that I've read, and a lot of them are books that I've used also. But I just have to make sure to put them back after I've done the reading so that I can keep the look nice. Thanks for the reading. I gotta go. Sorry I missed so many streams. That's okay. They will always be here. I'm a little bit behind because I've been super busy this week and also had a migraine for a couple days. But I will be uploading them to YouTube, my second channel. So they will always be. You did miss the reading. I'm sorry. We're just chatting now. But again, this will be posted to to YouTube. If I were you, I would make my choice in next books to read based on what colors need reinforcements on the bookshelf. That is definitely something that I have considered. So yes, we are on the same mind train there. Reference sets are built around genres of topic. I have philosophy and politics shelf, poetry shelf, mytho-historical shelf. What a wonderful word. Writing shelf, literary shelf. Wonderful. Sorry, my voice I think is finally starting to go. Or it could just be all of the cat hair. Since both of my cats have just been jumping around like mad kitty cats. At some point I'm gonna need to do a bookshelf tour, I've realized. Because the bookshelf is so fundamental to the brand that is me. I feel like there was something else that I was gonna mention that I now don't remember what it is. Oh, so for those of you, if I need to vanish, we understand. Yes, at some point soon, because my throat is dying now. Bookshelf tour. Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think of when would be a good time, if I should do it during a stream or as like a separate thing. Maybe we'll do a stream where it's just like, let's look at all of my books. That might be a fun thing to do. I will have to think about that. Because I was just going to make it a video, but like, I like the interactions, you know? So for those of you who were not here at the beginning of the stream when I talked about this, I have, let's see, I'm trying to think of like how to frame this. So next Saturday we are going to be reading Call of Cthulhu, which is going to be a lot of fun. That is one of the, you know, prima stories. And then on Halloween we are going to be reading At the Mountains of Madness, where we are going to, similar to how we had the guest reader today, we're going to be having guest readers for some of those sections so that I can rest my voice and also so that we can showcase some friends of the channel, including the wonderful Harker, who is in chat. Super great. I'm really looking forward to it. And they are all, at least the ones that I've gotten so far, are all just as great as that dang dad's was for this one. My friends are so talented. I am so excited to have them be a part of that project. But as I have mentioned, this Halloween stream, because it's going to be like 8 hours probably, is going to be a charity stream. And since I have sort of hinted at it, we have gotten all of the charity details ironed out, as much as they are going to be ironed out. And the charity that we are going to be supporting for the charity stream is Equity Before Birth, which, let me get the... let me just get the URL in chat again so that you all can check it out if you would like. So the reason why I chose this organization, who I will talk a little bit about in just a moment, is because October is National Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. And miscarriage and pregnancy loss is something that in the United States is much more common than most people realize. Up to 1 in 4 pregnancies ends in loss, and it's something that a lot of people feel a lot of shame about if it happens to them, because it's not something that people talk about or are open about, but it is something that is very prevalent, especially in the United States. And not only is pregnancy loss a huge issue, but also maternity, or like maternal mortality rates are also incredibly high in the United States. Much higher in this country, who supposedly has the greatest medical system in the world, apparently. Higher here than in any other developed nation. And that is unacceptable. And what is even worse is that these issues have much higher rates among people of color as well. And again, that is something that is heartbreaking and frustrating and needs to be changed. And so what Equity Before Birth does, their organization is a local sort of grassroots organization here in North Carolina, and they do a lot of things, but the main thing that they do is they help to fund maternity leave and medical costs for birthing people of color. And part of why I chose them is because they specifically focus their efforts on people of color, and they also are very LGBTQ friendly, because that's also very important to me. Something that I mentioned earlier in the stream is it's important that whichever charity I was going to work with had to make it clear that not all people who give birth are women. And they do. Equity Before Birth is wonderful, super great, and so they provide maternity leave. That is what our donation would be going toward, for the most part, because again, in this country, we do not have like mandated maternity leave. You are not guaranteed to have paid time off work if you have a child. And so for a lot of people, having a child means losing a job or not being able to spend those first vital months with your child, so that you can keep your job. And what Equity Before Birth does is help to supplement, so that people can spend time with their baby, and they also help to pay for medical costs. Basically all of those things that are really vital to the health of parents and babies during those first important months. And it's just something that is really important to me, and I think that they're going to be a great organization to support with our work on Halloween. So something else, just because of the way that because I'm still figuring out how like Streamlabs and everything works, and I think that the best way to sort of collect those donations is going to be just through the like tips. because there's not really a great way to like combine tips and bits and things. So if you do decide to come and support us on the or on Halloween for the Halloween stream, make sure that you are just doing the tips and not doing the bits, because just the tips will be going to this charity. So I am very, very excited to work with them. They are a really great cause, and it's just something that is really close to my heart, something that is really important to me, and something that I think will like literally change people's lives and have a real material impact on individuals and families in North Carolina. So for those of you who were waiting on hearing about those details, there you go. And I have the link in the chat so that you can check them out as well if you would like to learn more about them, or make a donation on your own. Either of those is fine. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of health equity issues and frustrating things that are happening in this country right now, in the US. So yeah, I'm hoping that I know that this charity is doing a lot of good for people who may otherwise be negatively affected by some of the legislation. So that's good. Grand Pigeon says, I'm honestly quite glad the charity being fundraised for by the Lovecraft stream is a charity Lovecraft would have been scared by. Yeah, that's... that is definitely... There's a part of me that's happy, because I feel like Lovecraft would be just rolling in his grave. Knowing that his work is helping to, fund the lives of wonderful, wonderful, little black babies that are just... I'm so excited about this charity and about the work that they're doing and making health more equitable, or the healthcare system more equitable. And I think it's going to be great. I'm really excited for the Halloween stream. There's a lot of really fun stuff that we have planned, and it's going to be fun. It's going to a good cause. It's going to be long. It is going to be a very long night. But it's for a good cause, and we have some very exciting things. There are going to be props. There are going to be, like I said, the guest readers. There are going to be some silly, like, donation goal events. It's a whole thing, but it's a big undertaking. But it's going to be fun. If you're making Lovecraft scared, you're probably doing something good. Yes, I would say that those are words to live by. Alright, Mr. Desmond. Are you telling me that it's time to go? Alright, I think that these kitty cats are ready to... Well, maybe not Charlie, because he's asleep up there. Oh, and he's asleep down here. Alright, well... I think that this has been a wonderful stream. It's been almost 5 hours. Holy cow. So, thank you all for sticking around, hanging out, chatting. For any of you who are patrons or who would like to be patrons, my next video is going to be up for patrons today. And then tomorrow afternoon, it's probably like 2 or 3 p.m. Eastern, probably, is going to be premiering tomorrow. It's a video about puns. It's really good. I'm really excited to share it. I think y'all are going to love it. That's what's happening. Lots of exciting stuff over the next couple days. But until next week, where we will be reading Call of Cthulhu, stay safe, stay warm, and I will see y'all again soon, I hope.